Talk.
All right, good evening, everyone. In the absence of Mayor Vasquez, who should be here shortly, I'm going to call this meeting to order. I'm going to ask the Council Member O'Connor to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And if our acting clerk, Ms. Lugo, could please call the roll.
Yes. Councilmember McKeown?
Here.
Councilmember Davis?
Here.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Here.
Councilmember O'Day is absent. Councilmember O'Connor?
Here.
And Mayor Vasquez is absent.
Thank you very much. That moves us on to our closed session. If the clerk could please call those items.
And Ms. Luna, we have a special test for you. This is the longest list of items we've ever had.
Yes, we have 11 closed session items. First, anticipated litigation, 423-429 Ocean Avenue. The next is conference with real property negotiator. The property is 1241 5th Street. Property owner, Alan Roma, LLC. Next item is existing litigation. Exposition Metro Line Construction Authority versus City of Santa Monica. Next item is existing litigation. Smith et al. Versus City of Santa Monica, Part 16 proceeding. Next item is anticipated litigation. Threatened Part 16 proceeding, Atlantic Aviation. Next item is anticipated litigation. One case, Part 16 proceedings regarding leasing policy. We have another conference with real property negotiator. Property is 2772-2800 Donald Douglas Loop South, Santa Monica. Property owner, City of Santa Monica. We have another existing litigation, City of Santa Monica versus Justice Aviation. Another existing litigation, Justice Aviation Inc. versus City of Santa Monica, Part 16 complaint. Another existing litigation, Justice Aviation Inc. versus City of Santa Monica et al. And finally, existing litigation, Justice Aviation Inc. et al. Versus City of Santa Monica.
Thank you. Well said. We almost got halfway through the alphabet with that.
And we have no request to speak.
That was my next question. With that, I'm going to turn to the city attorney. This is a handful of stuff. When do you think we might be done? Wednesday. Sometime between 6:30 and 6:45, you're guesstimating. Okay, well, let's just say 6:45 to be on the safe side. We will be back. We will adjourn into closed session until that time.
We will go ahead and reconvene the meeting after closed session if we can get our city attorney to report out for us.
Happy to report, Mayor. We discussed all of the items listed on the closed session agenda, and I have reports out on items 1A and 1B. 1A is litigation involving the property at 423 through 429 Ocean. The owner of that property sued the city for failing to process an application the owner had filed. We are proposing a settlement whereby a process would be set up to allow for preservation of part of the historic structure on the site. The extent of the preservation would be dependent upon a Landmarks Commission decision, which would be appealable to the City Council.
Move settlement.
It's been moved and second. I don't see nobody in the queue. We'll go ahead and get a roll call vote on it.
Councilmember McKeown,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Yes.
and Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's unanimous of the 6 present.
Thank you. And as to item 1B on the closed session agenda, which involves the property at 1241 Fifth Street, the question in this litigation had to do with the satisfaction of the affordable housing obligations for that site. We are proposing a settlement of this dispute whereby the owner of the property would pay the city the cost of 5 affordable units into the housing fund, and the tenants who are currently occupying deed-restricted units on the property at 1241 Fifth, would be allowed to stay in place at the restricted rents for the duration of their tenancy.
Move settlement.
Second.
Been moved and second. Seeing nobody in the queue, we'll go ahead and get a roll call vote.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown,
Yes.
and Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's unanimous of the 6 present. So that concludes our closed session. We'll go ahead. We have a 2A special proclamation here of Municipal Clerks Week. So I guess we'll walk.
So
Let me
that's
walk-
proclamation recognizing Municipal Clerk Weeks.
And I guess I'll go over here so I can give it to our city clerk here. We have this proclamation here where it says, whereas the office of the city clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the office of the city clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of the city clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas the city clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and whereas the city clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, and whereas the city clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of office of the city clerks through participation in educational programs, seminars, workshops, and annual meetings of their state, province, county, and international professional organizations. Now, therefore, I, Tony Vasquez, the mayor of the city of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the city council, do hereby recognize the week of May 1st through the 7th of 2016 City Clerks Week. Thank you. Now we'll go ahead and move on to our city manager's report, if we can get the city clerks to call 2B.
2B is City Manager's Report, Santa Monica Public Library's Reading To Go program.
And I am absolutely delighted to introduce our library staff.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor, and thank you so much, Rick Cole, for inviting us. We are here to present Reading to Go. I'm Cecilia Tovar, Principal Librarian, and here is Roger Kelly, our Youth Services Manager. So the kindergarten readiness concerns, and wanted to point out some of the statistics that help us to make sure that we are adding programs into our library system that is going to help us to solve some of the issues across the city. And according to the 2014 Santa Monica Youth Wellbeing Report Card, 16% of children entering kindergarten in the city of Santa Monica are vulnerable or at risk in the area of learning and communication skills. This data comes directly from the EDI, Early Development Instrument, a community school readiness assessment conducted by kindergarten teachers each year. The EDI is sponsored by the Santa Monica, a collective impact initiative of the city of Santa Monica.
So we were wondering how we could to touch those numbers. And the library came up with this Reading to Go project. And what we want to do is to try to reach those that are most vulnerable. And so we decided we would like to try to bring the library and its resources to informal home care providers, which are families that are not in a preschool setting or in a daycare setting. So these are children that are just at home with their parents or their family members. And that program would be created in 3 languages, English, Spanish, and Amharic. And we applied for a California State Library grant in winter of 2015. The grant was approved and implementation began in July of 2015. And some of the expected benefits of the project were that we wanted parents to have improved access to early literacy materials and information. We wanted them to have improved contact with the library staff and a better understanding of library resources and services. And we also wanted to have improved their understanding about the importance of reading aloud and literacy itself. So the first part of the project are these Reading to Go kits. And this is a sample, the picture is a sample of what is inside one of the kits. And we actually brought some kits to share with council tonight, so you can take a look inside for yourself. The program participants receive these every 2 weeks, and our community partners are Connections for Children and Community Corp, and they helped us to try to identify and find these families. They're a little bit harder to find. The second part is our welcome meeting with the family. We meet with them to show how to use the kits at home and how they can replicate story time at the library at home and how they can use those techniques with their preschoolers at home. The third component is early literacy texting, and this is a new idea for us. That it's a new communication mode to directly text parents and remind them to use and to read to their children regularly and to do it in a fun way as part of their daily routine. And this was based on a Stanford University study and pilot program with the San Francisco Unified School District. And they found that by regularly texting parents at different times throughout the day to read to their children and include early literacy activities, that there was a big improvement in parent behavior. And the last component of our program is the big reward, which is at the end of being a part of the program, they actually get a home library to keep for themselves. And we're hoping that it will continue in their family and in their home past the grant period. What we're looking for in the outcomes of this project are increased understanding of the importance of literacy by the parents, and an increased frequency of reading aloud to their children in their care or incorporating literacy habits in their routine. And we're going to do this by pre and post surveys. And so far we've had some interesting stories. I want to share 2 with you. Brando and her 2-year-old daughter, Hazel, loved the first kit that they got. And the mom told us that she was really impressed with the quality of the books and that her daughter Hazel's favorites were Tuck Me In, and she loved turning the pages to tuck in the animals. And the mom was also using the duck puppet in the kit to tuck in her child at night. And another family let us know that after enjoying the cooking-themed kit that featured a Big Mouth chef puppet, that their daughter is now using pretend play to dialogue with her own toys. And now we want to tell you how this fits in with the larger city goals.
So Reading to Go supports the larger city initiatives. And just to start, what is Kindergarten Readiness Campaign? So thanks to the Santa Monica Cradle to Career Task Force, these groups together bring together social services providers, community members, and departments within the city with the goal to improve the well-being through a collective impact. These groups sponsor the Youth Wellbeing Report Card. The report card revealed only 30% of children entering kindergarten in Santa Monica are very ready for school. So with this data in mind, the Building Blocks campaign was established. The campaign helps parents, educators, and early child care providers work together to make sure all Santa Monica children start kindergarten ready to learn. As a campaign partner, the library has participated through story times and summer reading programs, and now through our Reading to Go project. In addition, the Reading to Go project supports the larger City Council initiative Learn and Thrive, which the library and CCS are co-chairing. And now we're going to pass out the kits for you to see, and if you have any questions, to answer as well.
While she's doing that, do you guys have any questions for us about the program? Who wants a kit? We've got gardening and we've got shapes. The themed kits they're themed kits, and these ones are English themed, or in English. We also have Spanish and Amharic. So there's 8 books inside of each kit. There's 2 educational toys and a music CD. There's an activity sheet, an inventory sheet, and stories you can tell with puppets and flannel boards as well.
I'm here playing, I'm sorry. Councilmember Davis.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for this program. I mean, all the literature talks about how important early literacy is,
Yes.
not just to achievement in school, but to achievement within life, and obviously brain development we now know occurs within the first 2 years. So I have a couple of questions. One is
Sure.
you said that this was funded by a grant.
Yes.
When the grant runs out, are we still going to be able to do this?
We get to keep everything. Yes, it's ours, and so we can continue the program. And we're purchasing a few extra things that will last us into the next year. And the library will probably find its own funding.
You had a
or use its
supporter
own
back
funding,
there
so,
waving her
yeah.
book. Well, and then that leads to my next question. Doing it with 3 families is tremendous. We all know that we have more than 20 families in Santa Monica who, if we look at the EDI, are in a position perhaps not to have these kinds of resources available. Will we be able, is there a possibility of expanding it? And 2, is it simply just a budgetary issue that we could discuss at budgetary time, that sort of thing?
Well, this was a pilot project for us, so we're still kind of testing out all the procedures and the ways that we're doing it. So I think we're planning to keep doing it. I mean, it's been quite an investment of staff time so far, and the grant is so important to our mission that I can't imagine that we wouldn't want to continue it in some way. We're still working on some components of the texting component has been a little tricky, and so that's something we're still working on. And I think, in the years to come, these are going to be around for a while. We've put these in sturdy boxes. These are hardback books. Everything is designed to last.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Well, just speaking off the top of my head, I am so excited that you are doing this, and I really do hope that this is something that we can expand because the need is greater. But I'm clear you're making a difference in at least these 20 families' lives right now. So thanks.
Yeah, we plan to rotate more families through. Yeah.
When you say rotate, how long is the program?
So right now we're doing it as a 3 to 4 month period of time, and like I said, with the pre and post surveys, we're going to be able to see if that's a long enough period to actually change behavior. Just having that intimate contact with the children's librarian, that kind of becomes like your own personal librarian, so that you know someone at the library, you're starting to come to library programs, you start to become a part of the library world and realize the resources you have. That 3 to 4 months might be enough just to make that jump start for them.
That's fantastic. I think whatever we can do to help these youngsters is great.
Yeah.
See nobody else in the queue, I'd like to thank you for
You're
your
welcome.
presentation.
Thank you.
Does that conclude our city manager's report? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. All righty. We'll go ahead and move on to our consent calendar, and I guess we have the option of combining both the Housing Authority with that for this item. Is that the will of the council? Yes, we'll go ahead and have our city clerk call the roll.
So first, all items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. And I wanted to go ahead and announce that the city council will also be meeting as a housing authority and will receive compensation of $50 for meeting as a housing authority. And I will call roll for the housing authority. Commissioner McKeown.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Himmelrich.
Here.
Vice Chair Winter.
Here.
Commissioner Day is absent. Commissioner O'Connor.
Here.
And Chair Vasquez.
Present.
You have 3 requests to speak.
We would go ahead with it's Zoe Montaner, Denise Barton, and Denise McGranahan. I think she's back here somewhere. Denise, 2 Denises. You know, I don't see. I thought I saw her in the lobby, but I don't see her up here. Oh, no, but Zoe. You want to go ahead and come up, Denise Martin? Then I guess.
Mayor, what you might do is go back at the end.
Yes, we'll come back. There's only 3, so come on up, Denise Martin.
Good evening. In item 3T, the Housing Authority should have a standard accounting practices for the city's affordable housing and not allow the buildings to have bad accounting practices such as misappropriation of funds. And although this document also seems to look like to me like it's grandfathering reasonable accommodation to some medical marijuana patients, what are you going to do if the DEA reclassifies marijuana from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 2 class of drug this July to say that it does show medical benefit? Or is the city planning on continuing to act like an ostrich, keeping its head in the ground so it doesn't have to acknowledge reality for another year? Like, obviously, you missed California's attempt to reclassify marijuana showing medical benefit in 2012. But still, the city's housing authority chooses to continue on this discriminatory path regarding medical marijuana, even though there are over 20 states, including ours, which allow marijuana for medical use. Or are you aware that Congress now has a Congressional Cannabis Conference and that bills have been passed regarding the industrial use of marijuana or hemp, as well as to protect state legal CBD oil programs that treat epilepsy, even going as far as to state people recognize the value to society of a new drug that could treat epilepsy? Then what about the House voting to cut the DEA's budget by $23 million, trying to end the DEA's marijuana eradication unit? I encourage you to look at the article titled Congress's Fling with Marijuana, How Congress Turned on the DEA and Embraced Weed by James Higdon, July 30th, 2015 in Politico magazine, as well as the many articles in the New York Times on the subject of medical marijuana within the last few years. Finally, I do hope if marijuana's classification is changed in July that this program will be amended to reflect those changes. So you stop discriminating against medical marijuana patients in the city's housing authority program, and so the city will stop acting like an ostrich with its head in the ground, unwilling to acknowledge reality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Denise McGranahan from the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles. I submitted a letter on behalf of LAFLA, which I imagine all of you have received, and I wanted to make sure there weren't any questions about our letter with respect to the two items in Agenda Item 3, the House Program and Administrative Plan. I can just summarize what our comments were.
Yes.
Okay. So on the House Plan, we actually are very much in favor of this program, and I think it would be great for the city to incentivize landlords to accept Section 8. Hopefully the city will get higher payment standards, which will then make these incentives even more meaningful. One other thing I wanted to bring up, which wasn't in my letter, is that we have existing rent-controlled tenants who receive vouchers after a long time, waiting a long time. Like I have a current client who's waited 12 years for a voucher, and she's in a rent-controlled unit. She's stayed, she pays about $800 a month in rent out of her $900 in income. She got a voucher and the landlord doesn't want to accept it. So I think this incentive program, if it could be applied to people like that who are existing rent control tenants, would actually be helpful. And maybe it does, but it's not really clear to me. And because again, those landlords are resisting accepting Section 8. With respect to the administrative plan, LAFLA is very happy that the Housing Authority accepted many of our proposed changes. We just wanted to point out the issue about subsidy standards and the idea that a person, whether a live-in aide or a family member, shouldn't be required to sleep in a living room unless it's their choice. This is based on HUD guidance, and there is a pending lawsuit in San Jose on this issue. So I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the council and the Housing Authority.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, there is one question, I believe, from Councilor McEwen.
Yeah, Ms. McGranahan, thank you for your letter, which I requested and which I've passed on to legal staff, and we may discuss it later. I wanted to ask, are you willing to stay a little while, so if we have further questions, we might be able to ask you?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing nobody else in the queue, I guess I'll announce one more time.
Mayor, may I
sorry.
interrupt you? Zoe Montaner has withdrawn her request to speak.
Oh, okay. So that we can close the public hearing on consent calendar. Council, staff is asking to pull 3S. Is there any other items? Withdraw, I'm sorry. Councilor Sue Hemmerich.
I'd like to pull item 3F, the 2016 federal and state legislative agendas, and 3T, which is the administrative plan, the Housing Authority administrative plan.
Councilmember McEwen.
I would like to propose a very small amendment to 3K, and to do that, I'll have to pull the item, so I'd request
3K.
that.
Seeing nobody else in the queue, I'd like to entertain a motion that we approve the consent calendar minus, I guess, 3S, 3F, 3T, and 3K.
So moved.
It's been moved and second. Can we get a roll call vote on it?
Yes, one moment, please. It was seconded by Councilmember Davis. Okay.
Yes.
So, Councilmember O'Connor? Yes. Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, so that's unanimous of those present. And then we'll, if we can get the city clerk to call, I guess it's 3F is the first one.
Item 3F, 2016 federal and state legislative agendas.
And I'm assuming Councilman, oh, we'll get the staff report first.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Good evening, council members. Danielle Noble, Deputy City Manager. Just briefly, I want to reiterate staff's intention in bringing this item to you tonight. We are doing this differently this year. Tonight, we're presenting the council with a summary of existing policies that would be the basis for upcoming advocacy at the state and federal level. The policy statements before you are based largely on past council actions, which on an annual basis at the state level were compiled into a compendium, which is also attached to the staff report, but in the past had not been presented to the council. So items from the historic compendium are now indexed to the legislative platforms. The platforms include statements that reflect current bills that may have local impact and the council's strategic goals. At the state level, we've analyzed over 75 current bills over the last few months. We would prepare letters of support or opposition based on the council's direction tonight. We're trying this approach of presenting the council with platforms rather than individual bills in an effort to consolidate the work, bring transparency to the process, and affirm existing policies. We do recognize that this is an evolving conversation, and we would spend some time over the next year to take a look at the platform, to weed out outdated items or to add things that emerge. And we would return to you next year with an updated set of platforms.
I'm assuming Councilmember Sue Hemmerich has a question.
So we had some correspondence today about things that I thought maybe ought to be addressed. I understand that that this is evolving, but there are a couple of things that I did want to talk about with respect to this policy. And the first one is what we just touched on, and that is discrimination in renting units based on source of income, because there is state legislation pending on this. We've adopted that policy, and maybe I missed it, but I didn't see support for that in here.
You're right. It's not detailed in this platform. The council did take that action in May of 2015, and that action would allow us to support the bill, which I believe is SB 1053.
Yes. And the other thing that I wanted, I think, to add in here is that we talk about, and now I'm having trouble finding, there we go. We talk about supporting cross-agency and community cooperation. I'm looking at homelessness, point number 5. I'm sorry, affecting basic human needs such as domestic violence, deprivation of child custody, housing and elder abuse. And the one thing that I didn't see anywhere in here and that I think is important is health services, including mental health services. Anytime we talk about the what programs we're supporting, I think that in view of all of the recent research that's been done, that ought to always be part of our policy. And I won't. So I sent you, and you have everything that all of the other comments I had. Those were the two that I wanted to highlight. And the rest you have, I don't think we need to vote on it as council, but I do think that we need to be mindful of how quickly all of these areas are moving. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilor McEwen.
Well, I want to thank Ms. Noble and anybody else on the staff involved with this, because it used to be that April was the month that I'd talk to all the different constituency groups I could think of in town and ask them what bills they felt we should be supporting or not, particularly with housing, because that's where many of my connections were. And for the first April in at least a decade, I'm not happy to do that, and I appreciate that. This is a beginning, and therefore it is not yet perfect, and I think we all acknowledge that. And there are some old things in here that we can pull out in time. For instance, we urge authorization for the state to sell Lincoln Boulevard to the city of Santa Monica. Well, we have it, for better or for worse, so we can take that out. And there will be new issues coming up, and that we will need to say to staff, hey, we want to add that to this legislative agenda. But in truth, most of the things that we stand for, we have stood for many years, and different bills come up on the same issues, but our position really hasn't changed, and sometimes it takes a long time for a bill to fulfill our position. Single-payer health care, we've been on record for that since 2003. So I think this is a much more efficient way for us to be doing this. It doesn't relieve the council of keeping an eye on new issues at both the state and federal levels that we as a city may want to speak on, but it gives us an ongoing, more efficient process for those things that come up again and again, because there are so many bills in Sacramento every year, and I know from having worked with our lobbyists in Sacramento, we comment on quite a few, and I know from having been mayor that, Tony, you're going to be asked to sign quite a few letters in the coming weeks.
I have already.
That's how it should be. So, again, I thank staff for the work, and I will move adoption of item 3F.
No, wait, no, there's still some, we still have some more folks on
Okay.
on this item before you move it. Councilmember Davis?
Thanks. Well, I also want to thank Ms. Noble and whoever else worked on this because I think it is really important. I just had two comments since we've opened up the item. And the first one is under civil liberties, because I think one of the great things about this is we can give you direction and then you don't have to keep coming back to us to say, can we send a letter on this? Can we send a letter on that? And we don't have to keep generating 13 items to ask you to send a letter, which is A-okay with me. But one of the things that concerns me, and I've heard some rumblings from people in the middle of the state about proposing some of this religious freedom type of legislation that we're seeing throughout the South. And so I would hope that, I guess there really isn't a motion pending, but when we make a motion that we could include opposing anything that discriminates against the LGBTQ community in terms of either religious freedom legislation or there is the bathroom constraint legislation.
If you mean the North Carolina, Tennessee sort of thing, I'll be happy to add that to the board.
Right, yeah. I would like to do that because it hasn't been proposed in California, but I've heard some rumblings that it's making its way across the country. And then the other thing I had, and it may be in here, and I may have just missed it. I will totally cop to that if that is the case. But Airbnb, that remains a hot item at the state level, and we've certainly taken a position with that. So I'd like to make sure that that is something that I know is being bounced around a little bit like a badminton shuttlecock up in Sacramento, and I'd just like to make sure we're free to make comments on that.
I hear you. There are some items in the financial sustainability section that were meant to address that, and you have taken council action that we would use to communicate your position.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure we're that because I know that one is currently being batted around by quite a bit.
Yeah.
Councilmember Hemorich, I think, is back in the queue.
Yeah, and I apologize for this. I forgot. I missed one note, and I saw an article about it today saying that in our congressional district we have the second least equality, I guess. I don't even know how to put this, between men's and women's earnings. And that would be in Congressional District 33. And I just wanted to stress the equal pay for equal work, again, under the civil liberties. I guess that would be what it would be. And I think that sort of summarizes everything that I think ought to be added. Thank you.
When I was looking through it, the only thing that caught my eye, and just to bring it to your attention, and I don't know what we can do about it, but just to be cognizant, and if there's something, especially if something comes up in the state and the federal level, is now as we're moving forward with potential dispensaries, for example, in the Wilshire and the Santa Monica Boulevard area, as we move forward, I know in participating in some of the workshops, especially with the League of Cities, the big issue is, these folks are running around with a lot of cash money because the federal banks won't take it. And I don't know if there's going to be any legislation anytime soon to assist these folks, especially at the state level, because I know the feds haven't approved it, but, it's going to be an issue for us in terms of the finances for these folks. And I don't know if you guys thought about that.
We haven't seen any legislation that would create a banking industry for medical marijuana dispensaries, but you're right.
But no, from what I understand, I guess, because I was talking to some bankers about this, state bank, they can take it. If it's a federal bank, like, Wells Fargo, they can't.
I don't know the details, but I understand that you're interested in supporting
Yes.
regulations.
Okay. Because I think it's a safety issue at the end of the day if we move forward with this, because these folks are running around with a lot of cash. I think that now we can go ahead and, Councilor McEwen.
Yes, so I had been about to make a motion to move the staff recommendation here, but we heard some comments which included direction to oppose legislation of the ilk we've seen in North Carolina and Tennessee. We heard concerns about equal pay for equal work and about responsible banking for medical marijuana. So with those, and Airbnb. So with those added to the list.
And short-term rentals, I guess is basically what it is. Right. That's true. Yes.
So could you repeat that so it's on the record, because I want to make it part of the motion?
Well, I can repeat the two I made.
Or does staff have it?
Just
Staff
okay,
has it.
all right, good.
So I'll move it.
Second.
So it's been moved and second. We get a roll call vote on this?
Councilmember O'Connor,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember McCune,
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's unanimous from the 6 present. We'll go ahead and move to item 3T now.
3K.
3K.
I'm sorry.
Item 3K.
Yes. I had asked to pull 3K.
I'm sorry, you're right. Then it's
We go alphabetically.
You're right,
So-
you're right.
And I don't need a staff presentation on this. I just had one very small
May I
amendment.
interrupt for a second? May I read the item, please?
Go ahead and read the
Sure,
item.
go ahead.
Sure.
Item 3K, new and amended housing programs, housing opportunity utilizing subsidy enhancements, and revisions to the Affordable Housing Production Program administrative guidelines.
Now, let me say, I want to thank staff for what they came up with as the House recommendation. We had some concerns the first time around. They've all been addressed, and everybody I've talked to in the city is very enthusiastic about this plan. So thank you for that. In the Affordable Housing Production Plan, which is in the same item, I had written to staff suggesting, and this goes back to something that Councilmember Davis had just mentioned, that we write into attachment 3E, paragraph 16, the prohibitions against discrimination, a prohibition against discrimination based on source of income or Section 8 usage. And yes, that does appear elsewhere in our ordinances, but I just think it's important in this particular document to stress our commitment to that principle, that there shouldn't be discrimination on a source of income. So if staff is amenable to adding that language, I will move item 3K.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Seeing nobody else in the queue, we'll go ahead and get a roll call vote.
Councilmember McCune,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Yes.
and Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's unanimous by those present. We'll go ahead and move on 3T now, so we can get the staff, our city clerk, to call the item.
Item 3T, that's a special joint meeting with the City Council and Housing Authority. Housing Authority draft administrative and annual plans.
Councilmember Himmerich. Put your mic.
That's only been a year and a half. One day I'll get it. So I had a couple of things that I thought we ought to discuss in this administrative plan, including the issue of people in living rooms and how many bedrooms and people should be in units. The other issue that has been arising recently on a litigation front and could be problematic here is the idea that if a landlord intentionally allows uninhabitable conditions to get out of the HAP contract, then what do? I think we have in front of us tonight, as well as this, the relocation, permanent and temporary relocation guidelines. But I think that there are some things that we ought to discuss, including those two items. So that's why I pulled it.
Good evening. Barbara Collins, Housing Manager with Housing and Economic Development. Before you tonight is the admin plan, and we've received quite a few comments from the public and LAFLA, and I'm prepared to try to answer them blow by blow. But I did want to let you know that there was a collective recommendation for modification to add non-discriminatory language to the admin plan, specifically consistent with your council's ordinance that was previously adopted, which we intend to include actually in Chapter 2, Part 1 of the administrative plan. We're going to go a little farther than you have because we serve multiple people in different voucher programs, not just Section 8, and we'd like none of those people to be discriminated against. So we will include that as part of the final draft that goes to HUD. I also wanted to just overall make sure that I communicated to you as we go forward in the discussion about the policies of how many people in a bedroom. First to say, we never tell anyone where they have to sleep or what their sleeping arrangements are. That's beyond our policy jurisdiction. We do have policies around live-in aids, and currently our policies do not provide a separate bedroom for a live-in aid unless that's a reasonable accommodation request that we're envisioning. And part of the reason why we don't do that, which has been a policy that we've had for the past 4 years, this plan just clarifies that language. However, as an example, if we adopt a policy that provides a separate bedroom for live-in aids, we could potentially be serving 34 less households per year, because the amount of money that it would cost us in addition to what we're currently paying for those vouchers would be the difference between a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom, which amounts to $491 per month. Additionally, we don't know anything about the live-in aid. People's physicians say they need a live-in aid. We certify that they have no sex offender records and no severe criminal record background. Beyond that, we don't necessarily know if they reside in the unit, if they're paid in that role, and we're not required by HUD to do that. So frequently, even when someone says they require a live-in aid, they may have 3 different people doing that task to provide that service, and we don't verify that whether or not there's 1 person or 5 people. And so it's very difficult to administer a live-in aid monitoring program, and HUD doesn't require it. So we've operated with the practice that it's an employment opportunity for someone to be providing that service. And recently, when we went to the Disabilities Commission, there was quite a bit of discussion on this issue. But there's a person that's on the Disabilities Commission who was also previously homeless. And what he said was basically that you're asking for someone to remain homeless longer while you're housing live-in aids. And I thought that was a pretty dynamic statement to make. And people that are on our wait list may remain on our wait list longer if this policy is adopted, because there will be fewer people that we can house on an annual basis. And in terms of the household composition, we do require that if you have 2 people in your household, we require that you have a 1-bedroom unit. If you're a 1-person household, we allow a studio or a 1-bedroom unit. But you cannot have a household with less members than you have bedrooms. And one of the issues that's on the discussion tonight has to do with downsizing. And we have a policy that we've amended this year that says if you're a 2-person household that becomes a 1-person household, at the time of your recertification, which happens annually, will reduce your voucher and you may have to move. And that normally happened within a 6-month period. We've extended that to a 12-month period, knowing that it's difficult for people to find a new unit and relocate. But what it doesn't convey is that that person also has an option of remaining where they are. However, we would not be able, and this is a regulatory issue, not a discretionary issue, we would not be allowed to have fewer people in that unit than would be required by bedrooms. So if you have a 1-person household in a 2-bedroom unit, by regulation, you must downsize them. And we are offering a year for them to find another unit or to allow them to remain where they are, but we would only be providing a 1-bedroom voucher. So I'm trying to sort of tick off all the different things that we received from comments, and then you can ask follow-up questions as I go through them or give me additional comments. We can talk about it as I go through them.
So on the last topic, the live-in aid, it's my understanding that you don't, as a matter of course, give them a bedroom, but if it's a reasonable accommodation, we do. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then so the issue with the 2-person, 1-person households, I thought that it was my impression that the real issue there is having, let's say, 5 people in a 2-bedroom, right? Having too many people. In other words, we have requirements that there be at least 2 people in a 1-bedroom, for instance, or a 2-bedroom? Can 2 people be in a 2-bedroom?
They can be in a 2-bedroom, but it depends on the circumstances. Generally, if it's a 2-person household, part of the issue is if you're a married couple and you're a 2-person household, to provide you with 2 separate bedrooms is pretty inefficient in terms of using our vouchers in a limited way. And so currently we require, if you're a 2-person household, you're required to have a 1-bedroom unit.
Okay, and if you're a 3-person household?
If you're a 3-person household, we would offer you a 2-bedroom voucher.
And a 4-person household?
2-bedroom voucher.
5?
5, I think we go to a 3-bedroom voucher.
But do we have families of 5 living in 2 bedrooms?
Families of 5 could choose to live in a 2-bedroom house, in a 2-bedroom unit, and that would be consistent with housing quality standards that HUD establishes.
And what's the most you could have in a 2-bedroom unit? Consistent with HUD housing quality.
Consistent with HUD's HQS standards, it could be as high as 8, but that's not our usual policy. I think we only have 2 households that size.
But so you have 2 households of 8 in a 2-bedroom? Is that?
No, that's what the housing quality standards would permit.
And are we allowed to deviate from the housing quality standards?
We are allowed to deviate.
And so what is the largest number of people we have in a 2-bedroom unit, if you know?
I don't know off the top of my head. That can also be a family choice, so that the rent amount is potentially less with more people in their household, or they want to live all together, and we wouldn't disallow that if a household that was a larger family wanted to live in a 2-bedroom unit and they felt that it was adequate and met their needs. It wouldn't violate the quality standards or our policies. But that's not generally what people would request.
And if we only have 2-bedroom units?
That might be a reason why someone would take a 2-bedroom unit with a larger family. If they were not able to find a 3-bedroom or a 4-bedroom that was appropriate, and they were wanting to get into housing, they may take a lesser size unit.
And once they're there, what are their chances of getting a bigger unit should it become available?
If they find another unit that's larger, or they apply and come up on a list and they're contacted to get a larger unit, they could request an accommodation saying we took this unit because that's all we could find, and we're a larger household that requires a larger unit.
And should that happen, let's say they did that when they went in, they said we're taking this because we need the housing, but we really would prefer a larger unit. Do they go to the top then if a larger unit comes up, or is somebody else at the top?
No, there wouldn't be a top necessarily if they found a unit or it became one that's on our listing. That only goes to people that are in the program and not outside. And so if we were aware of it and we knew, we could let them know. If they found one, sometimes people come up on CCSM's wait list or some other wait list and come to us and say we're requesting to move. So it isn't really a list because they're already a participant.
So we have many lists maintained in this city, is that right? We have lists maintained by people who build inclusionary housing. We have lists maintained by the city. We have CCSM lists, right? There are various lists that are employed in placing people into either inclusionary or affordable housing, is that right?
CCSM maintains their own wait list. Our wait list is for inclusionary units as well as all voucher programs we administer, with the exception of the homeless programs, and that is a separate list based on need.
And for the inclusionary program, are people required to use our list?
For the newer development agreements that the city has executed, yes. There are quite a few older ones that it was not included as part of the deed restriction, but we've corrected that now, and all the new deed restrictions require that they take from our list.
So if they aren't taking from our list, how are they developing? Where are they getting the people for the inclusionary units?
They can run ads, they can post something consistent with fair housing that informs the public, Craigslist and other places that they've got a voucher or a unit that's available at a specific income target.
And do they ever come to you? I mean, I've heard affordable housers say that they have no, and it's my understanding from talking to you about this quite a while ago, that really at the 100% level, 100%, there is no one on our list. Is that right? Is that still true?
That's true, but one of the policies we've proposed in the admin plan is to leave the higher income levels open continuously for people to apply so that we do have a better supply of those people, but we have exhausted the existing list for those people that are moderate income level.
So is that 80 to 120 or it's 100 to 120?
It's 80 to 120.
Oh, okay. I may have more questions later. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember McHugh.
Well, on consent calendar items, which are supposed to be non-controversial, staff and the council have always had a good ability to have a conversation before we got to the dais answering specific questions like that. Is there some difficulty in being able to answer these questions in advance? It's leading to so many questions here at the dais.
No, we didn't receive the questions till a lot of the questions till yesterday.
Okay, because I've looked at the policy on bedrooms. I know we've struggled for years how to balance the available housing with the tremendous need for families to move into it. I'm happy with the policies that we have. I had only one question about a possible change in what happens when somebody is forced to leave the unit because their household size goes down.
Yes.
A child moves out, whatever. And currently we give them 12 years to find another unit with their voucher. It's been recommended, I want to see if staff thinks this is advisable or possible, that if they have difficulty finding another unit because the voucher is not as large as the rent is, that they be given an ability to transfer to some other kind of subsidized housing or get a preference as somebody who's been Elliswood for inclusionary housing or deed-restricted nonprofit housing. We don't currently do that. Is that possible? Do we have enough households having a difficulty it's worth doing that?
Yes, we do have households that could benefit by that. We could, we don't actually put them on the top of a list, but we would make sure that they're aware of an inclusionary unit that may become available before we even take anyone off the list.
So if we adopted item 3K tonight, rather than trying to rewrite that section right now, would you come back to us, or would that be some administrative change you could do given council direction?
That would be an administrative change.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Emmerich, you're still on it? Okay.
So I'm understanding that Council Member McEwen thinks that I should just cut to the chase here. So let me cut to the chase, okay? So on page 469, you have your priorities, order selection within tiers. And you have the families with criteria working, elderly, disabled minors enrolled in Santa Monica schools. And I thought that the applicant employed at least 36 hours per week. And I thought this was going to say in Santa Monica, but it says place of employment doesn't have to be in Santa Monica.
Right. I think the confusion there is that we have 3 tiers that are established. The first is displacement of anyone, Ellis, disaster. The second is live or work. And the third is all others. Within those tiers, there is a ranking. And so within each one of those tiers, there's a ranking. And within the top tier, within those tiers, veterans go first. And then if you are, if you get down to 2 people who already live here, people who are working families would get a higher bump than people that are non-working families of the households who live here. That's really what that comes down to. And so if we're providing vouchers to people who are working, our subsidy amount is fewer and we can house more people. So it isn't saying someone who's working gets moved in the tier, it's in that tier.
Okay, because that was very unclear to me. And finally, on page 8-16, this is the abatement for non-compliance with deficiencies, HQS deficiencies. And this has been a problem more recently in litigation, that has been litigated, because if landlords want to get out of the contract, they just leave it uninhabitable. And then if it goes on, it looks like here, for 180 days, then the HAP contract terminates. Is that right?
Correct.
And
sorry.
Right. I'm sorry. No. So I do think we need to do something to create habitability, to not incentivize uninhabitable structures and uninhabitable units, so that the landlord is no longer obligated under the HAP contract.
I don't think in this action we were trying to incentivize that. We were actually going from a 90-day period before we abated to 180 days. So we have a longer period of time to encourage the landlord to make those corrections. And some of that encouragement will happen through code compliance, who is our close ally in terms of ensuring that the landlord is making those corrections. And our other ally is legal aid. And so we access both of those before we would move to abatement. And that really is our intent, to get the unit correct and habitable before we abate, because once we abate, then that's problematic for the tenant as well.
Well, so I guess it's under enforcing owner compliance, right, that this is, and I just wonder where we talk about what actions we'll take if there's a habitability problem, and I wonder if it's appropriate to put in here what actions we'll take if there's a habitability problem.
We can add that.
Okay, great, thank you. Let me just say that those were my real substantive comments, but you got the rest of them because I went through pretty thoroughly.
I have them if you'd like to hear them.
Thank you. No. I understand. Okay. I don't need to hear them. I just, yeah.
Okay.
I hoped it might be helpful.
Thank you. I appreciated that you read the whole thing.
I think that's, is there any, Councilor McEwen.
I'll move 3T.
It's been moved. And second. We'll take a roll call vote on 3T.
Authority, Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
Authority, Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes.
Vice Chair Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Authority, Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Authority, Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Chair Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's unanimous of all those present, and that concludes our consent calendar. So we go ahead and move. Well, I guess, do we officially have to adjourn?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
So that'll be adjournment for the special joint meeting.
Yes.
And item 7A, introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending chapters 4.36 and 8.100 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code, clarifying various aspects of temporary and permanent tenant relocation benefits.
And we got a staff report here.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Salvador Valles. I work with the Planning and Community Development Department. First of all, I wanted to just kind of go over quickly what we're going to talk about. I wanted to first just go over tenant relocations and the differences between the permanent and temporary, the roles, and the proposed tenant relocation coordinator. And although we won't be talking about recommendations for changes to the ordinance, we did want to bring up one item which had raised some questions regarding the 12-month waiting period. So when a tenant is displaced, there are two types of displacements that might occur. One is a permanent displacement, and the second is a temporary displacement. The permanent displacement, the things that create risk for a tenant that would cause a displacement is the increased incentives to remove housing units from the rental markets, as well as tenant harassment, typically associated to that incentive. In temporary relocations, there are a variety of things that can cause a temporary relocation. Aging infrastructure, deferred maintenance can cause plumbing pipes to burst. There might be leaks which cause mold, and then those conditions can then render a unit uninhabitable for a period of time. Additionally, construction work that might be proactive or in response to some repairs that might need to be made might cause a tenant to need to be relocated for a period of time. Even the replacement of windows, sometimes potentially for a few days, could cause a tenant to be displaced. Accidents and natural disasters, and then again, as well as tenant harassments under short-term conditions. One of the things I wanted to go over is the role. Since we're talking about tenant relocation, this is primarily, from PCD's perspective, a regulatory and enforcement question. And the building official is primarily involved in the determination of habitability and also reviews the means and methods when there is construction to determine whether or not a tenant would need to be displaced. Code enforcement staff enforces the law and administers the vouchers for emergency temporary housing, typically in a hotel. As such, we are requesting or recommending that a tenant relocation coordinator be added to assist with the activities that the Building and Safety Division and the Code Enforcement Division are primarily involved with. And this position would be the central contact for tenants being displaced, and would assess each instance and coordinate with other agencies, which is an important part because in many cases there are, for example, with permanent relocations, neither the Building and Safety Division nor the Code Enforcement Division actually administers the permanent relocation program, but the Code Enforcement Division does enforce that provision. And so in many cases when we have tenant relocations or permanent relocations, there may be a need for various agencies to be involved, and so this tenant relocation coordinator could help in making sure that during that displacement, the various pieces that are involved are being coordinated well. In cooperation with the other agencies as well, because rent control does quite a bit of education, this tenant would focus heavily on ensuring that tenants are educated on their rights for relocation under the law and what available resources exist, including the Rent Control Board, housing, and others. They would also track and monitor means and methods. This is probably one of the key items that this particular position would handle. As today, we don't really track and monitor means and methods to any degree. And this position would really add a valuable resource in helping to be more proactive in preventing issues when there's construction. And this particular position would also engage with tenants, landlords, and contractors during the actual construction projects, particularly in the larger construction projects where we have the potential to have greater issues. And then would also help to coordinate enforcement efforts between code enforcement as well as the city attorney's office. And as I mentioned earlier, we're not going to go into every single specific proposal related to the ordinance, but since some questions had come up with the 12-month waiting period for unpermitted and unregistered units, we wanted to note that there are options for the council. There is to to accept or to adopt the proposal by staff of the 12-month waiting period, or to reduce or simply eliminate it and leave it as it is today. Or another option is to require a full refund of either all rent paid to date when the tenant got displaced, or permanent relocation within the first 12 months, whichever is less. And that might, provide for an alternative approach. But certainly this is a policy question and would be up to council in terms of what you would like to do there. So that concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Councilor Sue Hemmerich.
Thanks. So we talked about this earlier today, and particularly the 12-month issue. And I told you I was going to ask this. So, since I spoke to you before, have you become aware of any issues with tenants abusing this, the relocation ordinance if they're in a bootlegged unit?
No, we don't have any specific instances, as I mentioned before.
And as I said to you, I'm aware of cases in which landlords have abused the bootleg unit. In other words, they charge and then they want to get rid of the tenant for whatever reason. And actually, when I was on the Planning Commission, there were cases of bootleg units, again, that are completely unregulated. And it's why I think that the 12-month waiting period, without any other evidence, is a mistake. I think that when somebody is renting a unit that they know isn't permitted, right, and isn't regulated, it should be the renter, the landlord, who's bearing the brunt of it and not the tenant who wanders into it. The other thing that this could lead to is serial 11-month rentals, I think. Mm-hmm. And I'm concerned about that as well. I think we shouldn't have a 12-month waiting period for bootleg units. I think that we should have no waiting period, and that somebody who moves somebody into a bootleg unit and then it's shut down should be required to relocate. That's terrifying. Should be required to relocate the tenant permanently. So that's where I stand on the 12-month period. Other than that, I think that that the rest of it was livable, although we did have a conversation about changing the charter with respect to the $500 penalty.
Yes.
So I think it might be easier to just, as I went on in the report, I think that there are remedies other than the criminal remedies. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, I do think that $500 may be a little outdated. I don't know when exactly it became $500, but I'm guessing that's pretty old. So, but my big concern is the 12-month and the bootleg units. Thank you.
Councilor McEwen.
When I recommended a housing first responder team back in January, Mr. Vallis, I have more questions for you. Yeah, sorry. We were still in questions as far as I knew.
Yes.
I had talked about a coordinator because I wanted there to be somebody available to a tenant in distress at that moment of distress, which can happen at 3 o'clock in the morning, can happen the week before Christmas. We've seen this.
Yes.
And being able to call the Red Cross may be the only option people have, and that doesn't help them plan ahead. So with having one full person as the coordinator, there's a great advantage there. As you pointed out, somebody's now responsible for enforcing means and methods, but there's also the problem that one person can't be available 24/7. So what is staff's thinking on how somebody in distress at 3 o'clock in the morning the week before Christmas Day will reach somebody at City Hall to get help that night?
Well, if we're talking about an emergency that would involve, say, a fire such as an oceanfront walk or a situation like that, typically the actual first responders, which would be the fire department and the police department and other folks, what happens today and what I would envision happening in the future is building and safety, which is also on call, because in those kinds of situations, building and safety staff have to respond to assess. Once the first responders have gotten the situation under control, they then come in to make their assessments. Code enforcement is generally called as well, And I would expect that this person, or a backup, because I know that in the report we mentioned that we weren't sure whether it would be code enforcement or building and safety, but after further discussions, we think it would more likely be part of code enforcement. And so we certainly could have folks who are also part of a backup team, so that when the fire department or the police department contact code enforcement and building and safety to respond, that this person would also be part of that tree, because there are specific names that police and fire have to contact within code enforcement and building and safety for assistance.
So there'll be a phone tree, a text tree, some way of making that contact on a weekend, on a holiday.
Right. And we typically would get that from fire or PD, not typically from the tenant directly.
Right. Well, that would then fulfill my intent of there being a team, because in essence, that tree is a team. Some other questions for you. When we define a comparable unit, when somebody's being temporarily displaced and the landlord has to put them in a comparable unit, does that include things like whether or not the unit is a smoking or non-smoking unit? Suppose we have a tenant who has asthma who's in a non-smoking unit and something happens and he has to be temporarily relocated. Is comparable taken to include smoking status? I'm getting a nod, yes. From the legal staff, that's good.
Yeah,
good. Okay, then that answers
I'll
that question.
I'll defer to Eben.
And then I have one more question for you. In another section of our code, 8.100, that has to do with the means and methods plan, is there any reason right now why we don't have an option for the tenant to review the means and method plan and comment before staff accepts it?
Operationally, it would be very cumbersome to do that from a time perspective. So I think that, and also the individuals who are reviewing them have experience with regards to the different kinds of construction that's being done. What we would envision is that the tenant relocation coordinator would actually be auditing these as well to help make sure that we're identifying when, say, for example, building and safety identifies that a particular project would require 10 days of relocation or 5 days of relocation or 2 days, that the tenant relocation coordinator is actually monitoring that and following up to ensure that if in fact it starts to go beyond that, that we're being more proactive. And today that's really one of the issues that we have, right? When the scope of that project expands beyond or goes longer than the existing means and methods, we don't have a good mechanism to catch that. We have to rely on the contractor or the owner. And we want to be more proactive in monitoring those. And we think that that's more effective in terms of helping to protect the tenant, because by having the tenant review each and every one, we would also need additional staff to administer that program, that process, because it would be a time-intensive process.
So let me ask the question a different way. If the tenant feels that the means and method plan, once adopted by staff and agreed to, is unfair to that tenant, what recourse does the tenant have to complain about that?
Well, in the proposed ordinance, we've added some language that specifically says that in the notification, they must also include how they can get a copy of the means and methods, and then also in the new ordinance, we would require that a posting be done so that tenants can see who they can contact for assistance. They can certainly always appeal to the building official if they have a concern, but it would be, again, if the tenant relocation coordinator were to be approved, we would envision that that's the person who they would be contacting primarily to then facilitate and review that and to determine whether or not more time was needed, and if it was in the conditions that the tenants were experiencing were reasonable. We certainly have experiences where the tenants have contacted us because they believe that the conditions, the construction conditions are not appropriate. And so we've responded to those. We want to be more proactive in that by giving those tenants someone who they can contact, and that would be the tenant relocation coordinator.
Okay, thank you. My last three questions, I hope will have much shorter answers. There's specific language called out in the LAFLA letter that we got in how certain parts of this are worded. LAFLA on page 4 of their letter suggested that some of the language about rental housing units was inconsistent because in one place it talks about units that are lawfully registered, and then it also talks about having resided continuously for the past 12 months. If we adopt what I believe was the suggestion that was coming from Councilmember Himmelrich to drop the 12-month, does that become moot anyway? Okay, so we can let that one go. In section 4.36.100 parentheses A, LAFLA suggests that the word may should be shall. That rather than give the option for the building official to do something, it should be mandated. How does staff feel about that?
Again, that goes back to the operational question in terms of not allowing the building official any discretion. We feel that operationally that would limit. There are situations where an order isn't required because the conditions may get corrected more quickly than an order can actually be issued.
Okay, and the last question may be one that only a lawyer can love, but of course you can't know what people are thinking. You remind us again and again it's hard to legislate intent. And right now, LAFLA points out that section 4.36.100 parentheses C parentheses 1 says if a tenant will be displaced for a period less than 30 days, they're suggesting it should be if it's anticipated that a tenant will be displaced, because we don't have any fortune tellers on staff.
Yeah, we don't have any objections to that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Councilmember Hemmerich.
Yeah, so I have a couple of follow-ons to what Councilmember McEwen asked, and then I have a separate question. Let me start with a separate one, which is in terms of being reimbursed, the landlord reimbursing the city for relocation expenses. Now, I thought we had that, but maybe it's a provision of state law. Is there a provision of state law that provides for reimbursement? Because I've seen lawsuits involving it, but I don't know. Look, I agree we should be reimbursed, and if it makes it better, even if there is a state law, but then we should do it, and I thought it was there before. So
we seek reimbursement now.
Explicit language to the effect that we're entitled to it?
We already are, but if you want to put it in the law, you can.
Well, I think anything we can do to make it easier
Clearer,
to get
yes.
reimbursed. Yeah. So that's number one. Now back to the temporary permanent relocation. So I understand that if it's a temporary relocation, the landlord has a choice of offering comparable housing or per diem, right? Mm-hmm. That's a landlord's choice. Can the landlord relocate somebody outside of Santa Monica?
Under existing law, it doesn't appear that they could, which is why we've added language that would allow, because if they're living on the outer edges of Santa Monica, there may be units that are near where they are, and so we've added language, proposed language to the ordinance that would allow someone to actually be relocated into a unit outside of Santa Monica.
So what I wonder is if the tenant, whether the tenant should have a right to elect one or the other if they're being relocated out of Santa Monica, or if that makes it too complicated.
Well, I think that under the current conditions, one of the things that we find is that it can be very difficult to find comparable housing. And so the per diem can make it a little easier. And in some cases, even if somebody stays with a friend and they don't have any additional rental expenses, they get to keep the entire per diem.
Okay, so but that's at the landlord's election. My question goes to who gets to elect whether it's comparable housing or a per diem. Is it the landlord or is it the tenant? And if the tenant, is being put into a unit in an area where the tenant doesn't want to live, could the tenant have a right to elect a per diem rather than? Is there a way to write that in?
In terms of electing it, I think that there are some provisions that would allow them to agree, to allow the tenant and the landlord to agree to something. They can in fact agree to something completely different. They can agree to pretty much anything they want to, and there's additional language that to help protect the tenant by indicating that they can't coerce the tenant, but they can certainly agree to most anything they want to agree to if it's mutual.
I hear that. What I'm more worried about is what the landlord thinks is comparable housing isn't what the tenant thinks is comparable housing, and how do we do a tie?
And comparable housing will be determined by the building official, not the landlord.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I understand that, and now is there any instance where a landlord could, in a case where they intend to permanently relocate somebody because of Ellis and there isn't a fire or some other act of God or, whatever, could they, is there any way under this statute that they could temporarily relocate the tenant somewhere and then do the permanent relocation? No. I see the answer is no, and that makes me happy. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Well, just to follow up on that, because I had a member of the public correspond with me. So we're talking about changing our language about comparable housing, but that's only applicable for temporary relocation, correct? Right. If you're permanently relocated, you still just get the payment that we'll get, for instance, under an Ellis Act eviction.
Correct, following the waiting period, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So I just needed to clarify that because that's the way I understood it and want to make sure I was not corresponding misstatements to people. And then in terms of these temporary relocations, it seems to me from reading the staff report, they're mostly coming about due to habitability issues, correct? Where there's been a compliance issue, compliance demanding issued by the building official. Is that correct? Or are we actually seeing voluntarily enacted improvements to a building? You mentioned, for instance, replacing windows. A property owner might want to replace windows in the interest of energy efficiency.
Yeah, we definitely see that.
We are seeing those as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we see that, and that's where we feel that's right now probably where some of the greatest risk is for tenants, because those are in many cases the ones that are not as closely monitored. So again, the tenant relocation coordinator would assist with that.
So that's what we're hoping to address these situations, because I mean, I can imagine a tenant sort of being lost, being told, well, I need to make these improvements. It's my property. You have to move out.
Right, and we want to encourage owners to do improvements because much of the aging infrastructure needs improvements, and it helps to make sure that the infrastructure of the building itself is sound.
Sure. Okay. Good. That's good to know. And then just finally, this tenant relocation coordinator you're proposing would be a full-time equivalent, is that?
Yes.
And would there be any special technical qualifications required, or what do you envision for the background of an individual?
Yeah, well, we think that this particular person would need to have sensibilities with regards to housing law. They would need to have sort of some I don't want to say legal experience, but maybe more paralegal kind of experience as they've dealt with issues. Not a traditional code enforcement individual, because we don't want this person to necessarily be coming from a purely enforcement perspective, which our current code enforcement officers do. But we also want them to have some of that sensibility, but be more balanced with the needs of the tenants themselves. So we're going to try to strike that balance with them, because we think it's going to be important that they understand a little bit more from a housing perspective than what we probably have currently within our staff.
Great. That's sort of the answer I was hoping for. Thank you.
Okay.
I think that answers all the questions. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing. We have two members of the public. We have the two Denises, Denise McHanahan and Denise Martin.
Good evening again. So I guess there are a couple points I wanted to make after hearing the presentation. One of them is on the means and methods plan. I think that maybe a notification to the tenant that the tenant can contact the tenant relocation coordinator or somebody at the city if they have any concerns about the means and methods plan the way it's written. Because as it stands now, the tenant gets a copy or is supposed to get a copy, but really it's just it's been rubber stamped by building and safety without input from it's not really been done correctly in the sense that it protects the tenant. And I think what they're proposing does potentially protect tenants, and I'm really glad about that. But I just feel like the tenant should have some input into this, because you could have a disability issue, you could have, some other special circumstance that the landlord may not even be aware of, let alone the building official. So that would be one point. Obviously, I feel very strongly about this 12-month waiting period issue. I have had a number of experiences with these illegal units that are unregistered. And as I said in my letter, one of the experiences, the tenant ended up getting no relocation because they couldn't prove that they were tenants. I know they were tenants. In fact, we had a surreptitiously recorded conversation in which the landlord's son admitted that they were tenants, but we couldn't use it in court. Part of the problem is that they don't want any track record on payments, these landlords who are illegally renting, so often they demand rent in cash. Nothing you can do about that. But I do believe that these tenants are taken advantage of. Now, often they're the ones to report the fact that it's an illegal unit, and that comes about for different reasons. In one case I had recently, water was pouring through the ceiling, and they found out their rights, and they ended up finding out that it was an illegal unit, and so on and so forth. Okay, so I really feel strongly that all unpermitted and unregistered units should also be covered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, there's a question from Councilor Hemmerich.
Is there anything you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, actually, let me just, I had something else I wanted to say just a minute. Oh, you know, the City of LA is working on trying to approve bootleg units. We're working on a plan to try to make bootleg units habitable because there's such an affordable housing crisis. And I just wondered, you know, my biggest concern is, are these units dangerous? And maybe there is a pathway to legalizing some of these units for people, and I know that's not part of what you're talking about here today, but I do think that, you know, people do need that affordable housing, and I wanted to raise that because it is something currently going on.
Mr.
Anyway,
Granhan, I just want to say, sometimes LA trails Santa Monica. We already have
We
that.
do that.
But there is currently that? Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. In regards to item 7A, as someone who's been thrown into the affordable housing program as a result of being jealous from my previous residence within the city, I ended up being referred by the Housing Authority to AO Apartments on 22nd in Colorado, formerly called the Arboretum. So my first problem was in the application process. AO Apartments wanted to access IRS documentation, which I found a little excessive, so I questioned the Housing Authority about it since they had already vetted me. It ended up that AO Apartments was exceeding HUD's application process and were told, at least in my case, not to do it. But what do you know, they sent it to the IRS anyway, which was denied and sent back to me. So we'll just have to see if there are any repercussions for disobeying the Housing Authority, or if it will just be acceptable harassment of a disabled tenant. Next, before I moved in, I began requesting a reasonable accommodation to smoke medical marijuana in my unit. But even with the doctor's note saying that I need to be able to smoke medical marijuana, my requests have been denied, with the lawyers using the city's smoking ordinance as their first line of defense, as well as now saying I can be released early from my lease. To me, basically saying my tenancy will be threatened if I keep requesting or making an issue of this reasonable accommodation request. Then with the relocation money, I prepaid my rent, but have never been able to receive documentation of this. I've only been able to obtain documentation showing this money was used to subsidize the Housing Authority's first month's rent payment, which now shows on paper as a Housing Authority asset, or to me as misappropriation of funds, which the Housing Authority sees as sloppy accounting. So may I suggest for this program, before you create more affordable housing, that you create standards for better accounting and other business practices people receiving affordable housing are forced to deal with. Otherwise, you're just creating more invisible obstacles for affordable housing tenants, which will not help you to provide housing to the people you say you're trying to reach with these programs. And item 3K. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have our city attorney in the queue.
Just a suggestion from your earlier comments that Eben and I were talking about, and that Eben spoke to Sal about, you could change the law slightly so that the owner was required to certify that the tenants had been given copies of the plan, and along with that you could require the owner to certify that the tenants had been advised of the availability of the relocation coordinator if they have questions or concerns.
Thank you. Councilor McEwen.
Well, pursuant to that, I'm going to move the staff recommendation with 3 amendments. The first would be to remove that 12-month eligibility with bootleg units. In fact, to treat bootleg units like any other unit. In this respect, I don't think is likely to be the abuser of the situation. Quite the opposite. The power's on the other side. The second amendment would be a notification to the tenant of how the comments, or how to comment rather, or improve on the means and method plan, which would be following up on what the city attorney had just said. If the tenant is made aware of how to comment, that is a way of assuring that they've gotten it, they've seen it, and they know who to talk to find out more about it. And the third would be the very minor change in section 4.36.100C1 from if the relocation will be more than 30 days to if the relocation is anticipated to be more than 30 days, just recognizing the limitations of our psychic powers. So I'll make that as a motion.
Second.
It's been moved and second. And, there's some, we have Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winter in the queue.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the maker of the motion had the same intent as the city attorney suggested, that we require the owner to certify that the tenant has received the means and methods plan and also information about the tenant relocation coordinator.
Yes, well, that would be, that notification to the tenant would take care of that and then some, actually, because they'd know what their rights are as far as commenting on the plan. Without forcing staff to go into a negotiation with every tenant every time, there would be recourse for the tenant, which I think is really important. So, yes.
And it sounds like we have the city attorney on the queue as well.
Just a matter of clarification, if the council wants to make the change to C1, 4.36100C1, to add the phrase "it is anticipated," we're recommending that the same phrase be added to C2 for parallel.
I would find that very friendly. So yes, make that part of the motion.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming the seconder is on board?
Absolutely.
Seeing nobody else on the queue, we can go ahead and I guess get a roll call vote.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
And Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, so that's unanimous with 6 present. That concludes this item. We'll move on to our next item, if we can get the city clerk to call 8A, I believe it is.
Item 8A, review of city noise ordinance and related enforcement policies and practices.
Staff, we got the same staff member. Here we go. Very efficient, huh?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Salvador Valles, and I'm with the Planning and Community Development Department. On December 15th, 2015, Council directed staff to review how the recently amended noise ordinance is being enforced in commercial areas and to consider how it might be further refined to avoid having it interfere with activities protected by the First Amendment, particularly demonstrations and protests. Noise complaints in commercial areas come from a number of sources. For example, noise complaints are generated by construction work or mechanical equipment, such as a loud air conditioning system or a leaf blower. But some types of noise generated through expression enjoy protections provided to speech by the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. As such, the courts have held that noise regulations must be content neutral to be constitutional. Examples of constitutionally protected speech that might generate noise include proselytizing, political campaigning or expressions, playing of music such as drums and guitars or other street performances, individuals or groups singing, yelling, or ranting, and of course, protesting or demonstrating. These activities must be treated the same under the law, meaning these activities may not be given favored or unfavored treatment based on content or speaker. A person on the promenade playing drums or a person proselytizing using a bullhorn are the same in the eyes of the law. For example, city-issued performance permits are entirely content neutral. Noise regulations must be adopted without regard to content. As such, the removal of any existing limitations on noise must also be content neutral. Under existing local law, enforcement staff responding to complaints of noise generated by constitutionally protected speech must take into consideration whether the noise unreasonably disturbs the peace, quiet, and comfort of persons of normal sensitivity. Time of day, background noise, coupled with impacts of noise-sensitive uses, can influence whether noise meets this condition. For example, noise generated near residences, hospitals, elder or child care centers, hotels, or schools. Enforcement staff must consider the full scope of conditions present. This makes enforcement difficult. However, it is the best mechanism to balance protecting a person's rights to expression and speech and protecting others' rights to peace, quiet, and comfort. Based on these facts, staff respectfully recommends that council not amend the existing ordinance. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Seeing no, is there a release?
Well, obviously, the current statute provides for a fair amount of discretion for the people who are being asked to enforce the noise ordinance. Can you describe for a bit, or maybe it's more appropriate, how that what kind of training we're giving people in terms of exercising that discretion?
We can talk about it from two perspectives, because we have code enforcement and then we also have the police. So I'll talk first just a little bit about code enforcement, and then a police officer can speak to you about how they do that. Code enforcement handles different kinds of noise-related issues, mostly construction type noise. They do some street performer noise on the pier, things along those lines, leaf blowers. And in those cases, the training that our enforcement officers have received, and we've worked very closely with the city attorney's office in trying to understand exactly how to enforce them. Now, in some cases with construction noise, it's a little more straightforward. We don't have as many issues with that. But when it comes to, say, for example, on the pier, and we have had this issue occur where groups are using bullhorns to deliver a message. And in training staff, they are trained to look for the conditions that are existing. So are people closing their ears? Are parents shielding their children? Are people physically distressed by the noise, trying to get away from the noise? And that's, in those cases, because that would be a First Amendment protected activity, those are the kinds of measurements that we use in terms of understanding whether or not that noise is violating our law. So that's sort of the approach that we take from a code enforcement standpoint, and officer can explain for PD.
Good evening. Lieutenant Jacob with the Santa Monica Police Department. It's the same for the police department. When we come onto a scene, we're looking for the same types of things. If it's in a residential area, obviously we're looking at time of day. Is it a time when people are sleeping? Are we unnecessarily exposing residents and other people to that? When we're talking about a commercial district, we're looking for the same things. Are people covering their ears? Are people walking out of the way to get away from the sound because it's so loud and so disruptive? Are we receiving complaints? Are we getting a bunch of 911 calls? Are people complaining? And then we deal with it and we address it on that situation. It's hard to say if one situation is completely different from the next situation. Because if we have officers out there who can examine its noise, I mean, an incident that happens at 6 o'clock in the morning is different from an incident that happens at 4:30 in the morning. And so we take all these things in the time of day, and we take all these things into consideration, and then make a determination if it's loud or egregious in that respect.
Thanks. And then, so I guess my follow-up question is, I don't know in how many instances, but at least in some of these instances, you are responding to complaints from someone who might be saying there are people outside my business establishment being too loud. How do we work to make sure that we are, and this is indelicate, so I'm just going to be indelicate, I apologize in advance, that we are there really just enforcing the noise ordinance as opposed to giving one side in a business dispute or something an advantage. Let's put it that way.
Right, and exactly what we do. That's our point. That's what we do. We're here as peacekeepers. We're here to make sure we tell the affected business, protected speech, it's freedom of speech. If it falls within that limit that an officer feels, or that it's there, and we're not seeing the things that violate the law, and we do that quite often actually. And we've done this quite often with incidents that we're talking about in the Shores Hotel. We do that every single time there's an incident. We get complaints all the time. But does that violate the noise ordinance? Does it violate the disturbing the peace? Most of the times it has not.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilor McEwen.
Our current law puts you, the police department, in the position of having to make a judgment call every time. And I know that can be difficult. And sometimes as a result, I hear about it. I've gotten phone calls at home at 7 o'clock on a Sunday morning from somebody who wasn't happy with what you had to tell them. It also creates a lack of predictability for both those who are demonstrating on behalf of a labor dispute and the business that is the target of the labor dispute. And I think it would be important for us in protecting free speech to be as predictable as possible so people know what to expect. I don't agree with the staff recommendation. I've been very vocal about that, and I've told staff I would prefer that we say that any non-commercial free speech activity in a commercial zone that doesn't impact a residence or a hospital or a school be assumed to be a legal activity, that you wouldn't have to roll, you wouldn't have to make a judgment call. This may actually be more a question for the legal staff than it is for you, and I apologize. But how could we do that in a way that didn't negate our ability to control street performers in the promenade and on the pier? Those are very different situations from the usual free speech, non-commercial, perhaps labor dispute, because they happen in constrained spaces. Is there a way that we could limit the constrained spaces and perhaps even reasonable hours, but make the presumption that non-commercial free speech in a commercial zone is an allowable activity?
I think it's difficult, but let me give you some ideas about possibilities. First, I'd like to back up for just a sentence or two. You had highlighted in your comments that every time the police roll, they have to make a determination based on the circumstances extant at the time, and that's correct.
It is correct.
You do it. Actually, that's true in almost all of your work, I would
Correct.
say. They do one more thing, which
Well, I thank you for doing that as directed. I want to take some of that burden off you.
I understand. I also think it's perhaps, though, you didn't sufficiently emphasize the amount of work that you do with the parties involved in, particularly the demonstrations that have taken place on Ocean Avenue. My belief from the reports we've gotten is that you work extensively with everyone involved.
Absolutely.
To try to make clear how you are doing your job and what the considerations in making your determinations about whether a noise is unreasonable or not. Indeed, as you know, many of the factors that you look at are set forth in the ordinance, and I believe you also take pains to explain how you do your work to those involved, do you not?
Absolutely.
All right, now I'm sorry, after that digression, let me try to answer your question. Actually, I wouldn't, if you wanted to do something other than what staff has recommended and what you have talked about in other discussions about this topic, Eben and I were talking about that today. It's hard to come up with a satisfactory resolution to this because it's just very hard to protect. It's very hard to do what you want to do without affecting other activities that you're trying not to affect, right? I wouldn't do it by commercial and non-commercial. I think it's better than that to do it by particular locations, right? There aren't very many places in the city where the kind of expression you're talking about occurs, right? I think it would be very difficult for you all to sit here tonight and try to think of all the commercial areas in the city and what you might be doing to those with a law that basically made your current noise ordinance inapplicable in those places. I think an easier way to do it, I'm not saying I recommend this, but I would always try to answer your questions, as you know. You might think about treating Ocean Avenue or perhaps a particular section of the downtown differently than you treat the promenade. I want to point out that the Transit Mall and Colorado are about to become a separate kind of problem for you because I expect you'll have street performers by the dozens on Colorado as soon as it's completely rebuilt. right? What better place could there be to street perform than the intersection of Colorado and Ocean as of next year? So we could maybe try to work out a way for you to do it a little more specifically than saying commercial, but again, it's iffy. On the other hand, here's the good news. If you, your laws aren't in concrete, you don't write on stone tablets, or we don't write on them for you. So if you try one system of regulation and it doesn't work very well, you can change it later. Even, is there anything you want to add to what I've just said? Because I'm kind of summarizing what we had talked about today as an alternative possibility, which again, we don't recommend, but we're trying to answer your question.
I think the only other thing I wanted to add is that the police department will still have to enforce Penal Code 415, right, regardless of what the council decides to do with the noise ordinance. So it is still possible that, for example, if the council chooses to make changes to regulations on Ocean Avenue, that the police department may still have to go on a 415 call.
For those of us who left our book at home, could you tell us what Penal Code 415 is?
Right.
What is Penal Code 415, please?
Penal Code 415, essentially, subsection 2 regulates maliciously loud noise being generated by someone.
I knew that.
And just so council knows, I think what the city attorney was referring to, when we do hear of any type of protest or any type of group that comes out, the police department makes every effort to reach out to those groups and explain the laws, explain the noise ordinance, to work with them. We're there as peacekeepers, simply to make sure that the free speech is heard, and to make sure that the business doesn't infringe upon that free speech, and also make sure that the protesters are doing everything per the law, moving on the sidewalk, not being too loud. And generally that comes with, hey, I think you're getting a little loud. And generally our protesters will turn down their amplified sound. The group we've been working with is we have a good working relationship, and have had a good working relationship with them. And we haven't had any issues with that, with our current noise ordinance and with the penal code section.
And Lieutenant, if I could chime in, didn't you tell me earlier in the week that you're in contact with the protesters at least weekly, informally, to try to work out any lack of understanding or any misunderstanding that may occur about how you do your job? I'm only saying that not to sound like I'm doing a commercial for the Santa Monica Police Department, but I do understand that there are people who have the misimpression that our police department is working in the interests of one side of this protest and not the other. That is simply not the case.
Is that it for Councilor McEwen? Mayor Pro Temp, Winter?
Well, following up on Councilmember McEwen's thinking, I mean, I wonder if we were to go in his direction and allow the non-commercial speech in commercial zones or a more clearly delineated area, could we also stipulate that we only allow that between the hours, for instance, 7 a.m. and 10 p.m.? I believe that's what Los Angeles does, and I think that'd be some comfort to some people, know that at least wouldn't be going on at 3 in the morning.
Yes, you could do that. Legally speaking, you could do that.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions before we open up the public hearing? Oh, I think we had the city manager, Rick Cole.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Mine is not in the form exactly of an answer, but it's in the form of a response to some of the questions raised for the City Attorney, and it's just simply to remind the Council that there are a variety of circumstances that may arise, and so what we're seeing now is one form of free speech, but there are lots of others, and the difficulty with the First Amendment is that things that people think are fine when they agree with it turn out to be highly troubling when they disagree with it. And we live in a very diverse and cosmopolitan community with high visibility. And I can very vividly imagine that this kind of loophole in our noise ordinance could come back to haunt the City Council at a time when people will say, how could you possibly allow X, Y, or Z? So given that we can't regulate content, taking away from the police department the discretion to weigh these issues and to try to work out amicable solutions could have a very significant unknowable adverse consequence. So I respect it's the City Council that makes the laws and the City Council amends the laws, but I think it's my responsibility as City Manager to remind you that today's situation might be very different from tomorrow's situations.
Thank you. On that note, we'll open up the public hearing. And we have, let me read off 3 names here at least. I have Jackie Martin, Marco Acala, and then it looks like Gus McLeod, and then Oscar de la Torre. I think we have 12. Is this 8A or 8B? 8A. She's on the list. It's just she's not the first one.
Is Ms. Martin the first one? Yeah.
Jackie.
Hi, good evening. I'm just donating my time to Jonah. I don't know if you have him on your list.
Yes.
Yes. Perfect.
Hi, my name is Jonah Breslau. I used to work at Shore Hotel, which it seems like been talking about a lot, even though it was mostly alluded to. I just want to say, as someone who worked there, the owner of the hotel had posted pictures on his Twitter feed of your staff being arrested or being temporarily detained, protesting in front of the hotel. And I don't know if you can really imagine the effect of that on the employees of the hotel, but certainly when people are trying to stand up and fight for their rights, there's a very serious effect of having your bosses highlighting people facing consequences for trying to exercise their rights. And personally, as someone, I spoke out about things that were happening at the hotel, and subsequently I lost my job. And Krista Fonseca, she spoke out about things that were happening at the hotel, and she lost her job. And that's a picture that he posted. And you can see he wrote "Unite This." So, and union staff who were protesting at the hotel, they spoke out also, and then they were handcuffed and placed in the back of a police car. And so, I just want to ask, what does it really mean to talk about free speech when it is so expensive to speak out? And beyond just that, I think there's another aspect of it that's not just difficult to speak out, but there's a disparity. It can feel like there's a real disparity in whose voice is heard. When workers at the hotel spoke to city staff about concerns about code enforcement at the hotel, workers did not hear back from city staff. They did not receive calls or anything. But then on the other hand, there was a very swift response in this situation on the part of when the hotel was trying to get the police involved in the situation. So I just want to highlight these issues, the challenges of what it is actually like to experience trying to exercise one's free speech rights, and not just on this abstract level of looking at it from a policy perspective. I just want you all to think about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Marco, I think you're donating your time. Is that what it says here?
Yes.
Is that Christina in the back? Right. If you want to come up, Christina Griffin.
Yeah.
Council members, thank you. So my name is Christina Griffin, and I'm an organizer with Unite Here Local 11, the Hospitality Workers Union. I am here to respond to the staff report, and in the staff report it reads, In a recent incident where protesters were detained temporarily, the circumstance resulting in the temporary detention of protesters was triggered by the conduct of the protesters, not just the noise that was being generated. No individual was formally booked or jailed. The conduct of the protesters. This picture is of us being handcuffed after we had finished protesting. As we collected our materials to leave, we were placed in handcuffs and then put in a police car. We did nothing to resist. My union, Unite Here, believes in and we're trained in nonviolence. On that day, and nonviolent, and our conduct, both physically and behaviorally, was professional and peaceful and non-threatening. Now, you might believe me, is here, or you might believe the staff report. But for this very reason, the council should vote on a clear rule on pickets and protests so that police aren't placed in the difficult position of being in the middle of a dispute. Thank you.
Thank you. Gus McLeod or Oscar del Torre stand up? These are all 8B, yes. I'm sorry, 8A. Oh, you know, you're right. Actually, you gave these to me, 8As, these two 8Bs are in here. I'm sorry, these are two 8Bs. I'll hold these off. Getting back to 8A is Gabriela. I see Gabriela Ruscio. And Max Damien. Is Max here? And then Victoria Bess. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Gabriela Roscoe, and I work with CLUE, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. And I want to preface it by saying thank you. I understand this is a difficult issue, and thank you for wrestling with it. We are here tonight in support of a change to the noise ordinance for reasons that you've heard before, for ones that I will express. I also want to note that 2 of our clergy are also supportive of a change. They were unable to be here tonight, but they supported letters via email, so I just want to put that on the record. And I want to lift up the fact, actually referencing something that Mr. Cole said tonight, that we can like the idea of something until that idea becomes difficult. And then we have to wrestle with it. But that doesn't necessarily make that idea wrong. And that's when we have to take courage, and it takes moral courage to choose a different path. And I want to lift up the fact that those that are facing exploitation, marginalization, and inequity are constantly in situations that are inconvenient. And sometimes when fighting against grave injustices or oppression, we don't have the same money or might as the giant at hand. What we have, though, as people of faith and conviction are different tools. One of those tools is the voice, often called the prophetic voice. And that voice should not be muffled or muted just because it comes at an inopportune hour of the day. When people's well-being is threatened, there is a moral obligation to speak out and to speak loudly and to disrupt unjust practices. And this is in any way, shape, or form. CLUE is against all inequity in this city, and I just want to also offer that up as well. And I want to end by saying that Martin Luther King said it very well, that every man of humane convictions must decide on the protest that best suits his convictions, but we must all protest. And I just want to offer that there are going to come days in this city where there are things that we need to say and that need to be said well, and that should never be muffled or muted. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Hello. My name is Max Diamond. I am the Facilities and Events Manager at Mount Olive Lutheran Church and a member of CLUE. And I just wanted to speak really briefly in support of this proposal. You know, there are times when we all lose our voice, either through fear and intimidation or nervousness or for some other reason. I think everyone has experienced that. I'm experiencing it right now. But I'm fighting through it, and we all frequently do. So I want to thank the council for offering me access to a platform to address you while I'm addressing the business of the council. I have a platform while I'm doing that. You have a platform on the dais. Anybody in the public who wants to step up and address the business of the council has this platform. But out in the public, out in the street, we may not all have equal access to a platform, and the First Amendment does not guarantee that right. But it does guarantee us the right to speak when we are asking for something that we need or fighting for something that we need. And the only tool that we have to speak with is our voice. And the only way we can make our voice heard if we don't have a platform is to make it rise above the cacophony that we all live in every day. Now, if we're in a residential area where people are in their homes, in the sanctuary of their homes, wanting to enjoy conversing, watching television, listening to music, or any of the other activities that we use to relax at home, then obviously it's inappropriate for someone to come shouting their needs into a residential area. But when we're in a commercial area, in the place where we all come to do commerce together, to have public discourse together, and to interact with each other, then I think it's appropriate that the means to that simple access to a platform be provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria, as you come up, let me call off 3 names and then we'll go ahead and keep going. Is Zoe here? Montenegro? I thought I saw her come back in. If not, Catherine, I see Catherine Eldridge, you're next, and then Andrew Hoyer. Go ahead.
Hello. I'm a Santa Monica resident of 38 years, and I think that this proposed change will support free speech. I think free speech needs this kind of protection. I'm offended at the way the Shore treats its employees. However, this is not just about the Shore Hotel. Whenever there is oppression or injustice in Santa Monica, our community needs to be informed. Workers and their advocates need to be able to use all manner of speech to call it out, even when it's disruptive. They must be able to say to others that something is happening. This issue relates to all free speech in Santa Monica and all Santa Monica residents and employees. Citizens United gave the wealthy and corporations a bunch of bullhorns. Institutional media can often overlook important stories and thus fail to inform the public adequately. Sometimes members of the public and labor have to be able to be disruptive in order to call attention to injustice. Protest functions to call attention to a wrong being done and often speaks on behalf of people and nature as opposed to profits and property. By its nature, protest may disrupt business as usual. It may at times be obnoxious. But if the hotel is controlled by the owners and managers, then the picket line must be controlled by the workers. The First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was enacted to protect free speech because it is vital to an informed public. If any limitations are going to be placed on free speech rights, I think they should only be imposed with extremely careful consideration, and a higher prioritization should be given to those whose voices are not regularly heard or valued.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, it's Ellen. I'm sorry, Ellen, you're next, and I know Catherine is donating your time. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Ellen Brennan, 1659 Oceanfront Walk. I support the staff report, but I ask you to consider that there is another noise issue presently not included in the noise ordinance that needs additional direction from city staff and from the council. And I ask you to give staff directions to look into this and come back with suggestions about how this can be handled. During the season of the summer concerts on the pier, several unfortunately conflicting agendas came together to create a massive noise attack on the residents surrounding the pier. And complaints were heard from residents as far south as Ocean Park Boulevard, as far west as 14th and Broadway, and as far north as Ocean Avenue and Montana. Since events sponsored by the city have no limit in law about the amount of noise they can generate, given the special circumstances involved here, I think this needs to be addressed for the first time in 22 years since I've lived here. This is what happened. Over the past 10 years, the crowds that come to picnic on the sand during the summer concerts have continued to grow. The chief of police wanted to see this trend reversed for a number of reasons. The number of officers needed to properly control the large crowd was depleting the PD staff needed for duty in other parts of the city. And to free up some officers for duties around the city, she began hiring officers from the sheriff's office, and that was depleting having a negative effect on the budget for the police department. But as the crowds continued to grow, this was seen as necessary because the chance of a small scuffle spilling into the larger crowd and becoming a major issue, and the size of the crowds made it more difficult to monitor for any possible threats to Homeland Security, particularly the pier itself. At the same time, the board of the Pier Corporation and their staff needed...
Is that 4 minutes? Oh. Sorry about that.
I thought I had
Keep going.
time.
Keep going.
Okay. Members of the Pier, wait a minute. The board of the Pier Corporation and their staff started booking expensive bands for the summer concerts in order to attract people to the concerts. This required significant amounts of sponsorship money to pay for it. Now, sponsors will contribute according to the number of people who hear their message. So it became important to the staff of the Pier Corporation to see that blasts of the concert to the crowd on the beach would allow the sponsor's message to be heard. So they asked permission to mount a large jumbotron on the side of the pier for the benefit of those on the pier, on the sand. The city attorney, bless her heart, backed the chief of police and refused. The chief of police preferred that the people on the sand come up to the pier to listen to the concerts. But the pier board administrator needed large amounts of sponsorship money to pay for these concerts. Now, what they did was talk the pier board into buying a new stage, which wasn't a stage. This was a 3-story sculpture of tubular metal with no roof and no sides, completely open in all directions so that they could blast that noise to the sand with no barriers. And they did, with those powerful speakers. And let me tell you what happened in the neighborhood. I've lived here 22 years and never experienced anything like this. The blast of those sound waves. I live in a building where the windows open by sliding sideways in metal tracks. The blast of that noise rattled every window in that building. You couldn't carry on a conversation in the building because of the noise that was happening. In the building adjacent, the noise was so heavy it actually moved walls. Somebody tells me that a wall-mounted television bounced. And we would like to suggest that there needs to be something done about capping the kind of noise that can come from the pier.
Thank you. Andrew, as you're coming up, let me just announce the last speaker we have is Jonathan Foster, and I think I saw him back there. Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Andrew Hoyer. I'm the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. Yes, please go ahead and talk. Slightly different issue than what you're used to dealing with in regards to noise. It's a playground. Schools are allowed to make noise unless this plot is part of a conditional use permit that was granted in July 11th of 2001 for a proposed outdoor garden area which will be comprised largely of soft landscaping with permeable surfaces. The outdoor garden is designed with several eucalyptus trees adjacent to 12th Street. This is 12th Street. open walkways, bamboo-lined paths. Yeah, I don't see any of those. And edible landscaping. And I see a basketball court, there's a soccer yard, there's some playground equipment. The applicant intends to use the parcel for student gardens and for use as an outdoor study area. Special condition number 30. You can stop that now, please. No temporary or permanent play equipment is permitted on property. During operation, the site shall be used as a passive outdoor learning area. The parcel is not permitted as a playground or exercise area. During the commission meeting, Commissioner Clark asked staff about special condition number 30 regarding the prohibition on playground and exercise equipment. Mr. Jonathan Late, formerly of the Planning Department, stated that staff's intent is to ensure that the area does not become a traditional playground. I'm not sure what you folks just saw there, but it kind of looked like a traditional playground to me. Now, this has been going on since, according to Google Maps or Google Earth, the soccer field and basketball court went in 2002. 10 years.
Thank you.
Hi, I think I put down for 1 minute. I wanted to ask, could I have the full 2 minutes?
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks, I'm Jonathan Foster, and I wanted to start off with on 3rd Street when I played the drums, when a lot of times I've had to observe the police department, speaking, I have stopped performing so they can communicate properly and without me obstructing them, and I guess for everybody else, I didn't have that level of respect. And I love protests. Protests are really, really great, but I think after some of the things I'm hearing, different things I've heard all kinds of people say for years and years and years, a bullhorn, a loud protest, I'm all for it up until your rights bleed over into somebody else's rights where they may have to be going to pick up their family members or other work people, or it might be some kind of emergency, and you want to protest to the point where they can't succeed in meeting their need that is extremely vital. And from this microphone, from this the greatest place on earth, because I happen to have to go down to Poway and I saw all that stuff I'd never seen before, and there's still nothing better than here. I'm asking everybody to calm down on the protests and setting stuff on fire and the punching people and get angry at us, because we're all here, right? We're here. I seen you on 3rd Street. You saw me sleeping in my car on 14th Rite Aid parking lot. Everybody knows that. You guys see me here. Everybody's hearing what I'm talking about, and and I want to protest, and I love protesting so much, which is why I've shown up here as many public inputs as I can to protest instead of setting stuff on fire and giving the police a hard time and breaking windows. And I came up to this microphone. This is where we've gotten away from a thing called barbarianism. We've gotten into a thing called civility. And this is where the fight is, right here on this microphone, speaking with you people.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing. And Councilor McEwen's in the queue.
Well, I want to be very clear because of some of the specific things that were said in the public testimony that this is not about who we believe. It's not about any one particular location. It's not about a specific dispute. For us, having to craft an ordinance, it's about free speech, protected free speech. And I'm in a situation tonight where I'm in disagreement with my city manager and my city attorney. And yet I'm blessed with the free speech to sit here as a council member and voice my disagreement and make a different proposal. And this proposal won't be a finished one because some questions have been raised tonight that I think need to be resolved. I'm going to talk about a commercial zone for now, although I think the city attorney has indicated that rather than have this apply to all commercial zones throughout the entire city, we might want to figure out a better definition. But for the moment, council, I want to put forth a recommendation which I would hope we would give to staff to come back codified as an amendment to the ordinance. I don't think tonight we can write this, but here would be the intent that non-commercial free speech in a commercial zone not already covered by specific laws like those controlling the promenade or the pier, that does not violate the noise ordinance at a permanent residence or a hospital or a school, and that occurs between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., shall be presumed to be a legal activity. And I will make that motion as a recommendation to staff.
Second.
It's been moved and second, and Councilmember Davis is in the queue.
Yeah, so I'll speak very briefly to it. I think that's a good attempt at a compromise, and I think staff can work with that direction to try and craft something. The three observations I want to make is that we have in the past treated the promenade and the pier somewhat differently in different purposes. They are unique spaces, so I think there is a good possibility that we can figure out a way to sort of carve them out, if you will, from the general presumption set forth in the motion. The second thing I want to say is that I certainly appreciate the city manager's comments as well as the city attorney's and staff's comments. And I think we all are wrestling here with this council's ongoing commitment to free speech, that is, and trying to at the same time provide for people in their homes some level of decency and quiet, that sort of thing. We are a compact city. It is hard to separate out sometimes perhaps commercial zones from residential, but I think with some further thought about it, we'll be able to navigate those waters. And the third thing I want to say is that there is no way that by promoting free speech we can guarantee everyone comfort. The fact of the matter is that protest is by its nature supposed to be discomforting. And I think anyone who has either engaged in protest or been on the receiving end of protest or watched protest on TV knows that. And nonviolent but disruptive protest is an effective tool to make a point. And I think that one of the keys for me about this is that we are seeing currently throughout our country a real effort to quash the free speech rights of many individuals based on either their who they are in terms of their race or their sexual orientation or their transgender status or whatever. And we are seeing certain kinds of speech, like religious speech, being elevated above other kinds of speech. And for me, the progressive values of Santa Monica, which recognize that sometimes we have to live with a little disruption in order to give voice to all people. This is a content-neutral statute, but to give voice to all people who have something to say. And we equally have a First Amendment right to ignore it if we so choose. The key here is to make sure that those people who have an issue to raise have a means of raising it safely with some security. And my biggest concern, and I'll put this out there, and staff I think will address it when they come back, is that when there is a high level of uncertainty as to how a statute is going to be enforced, and I certainly support our police department, and I believe that for the most part their exercise of discretion is excellent. But when there is some uncertainty about what may happen, that has the effect, whether it's meant to or not, of chilling free speech. If I say, if I go to this line and no farther, I can go to this line and no farther, but if I don't know where that line is, I may be afraid to go out and speak at all. And so I agree with Councilmember McEwen that I think we got excellent advice from our staff, but that this is one of those instances where we have to accept and tell the community that it needs to accept a little bit of discomfort because of the long history throughout this nation of giving people the right to exercise their First Amendment rights.
Councilor Hemmerich?
So I do agree with this, but I do have a question about the idea of violating the noise ordinance at a hospital, school, or permanent residence. Was that the language?
And I'd be happy to explain that. We have a noise ordinance now, after some work the council did about a decade ago, that defines violations as being at the point where the sound is received. So my thought would be that a free speech activity happening in a commercial zone, if it happens to be close enough that the sound level is beyond our ordinance for a nearby residence or for a hospital or a school, then that's a reason to limit that so that it's not having that impact. But that's not going to be the typical situation in a commercial zone.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is, would it be this is my question. It would seem to me that what we're worried about is on the inside of those things and not on the outside.
Well, our existing ordinance says that at, say, the window of a residence, which would be either in a commercial or residential zone, depending on what the sound level is for that zone, if it goes over the sound level at that point where the sound is heard, it's a violation. So if the residence is 400 feet away from the protest, a protest is never going to violate the sound ordinance at that residence.
That's exactly, and
but
it's
I want
not
to protect
on the,
residences.
Right, it's not on the property boundary, it's at the actual structure itself.
I don't have that ordinance in front of me, and if there's a problem with that, we can clarify it later. But our intent here is a direction. So if you want the direction to include that staff come back to clarify that issue, I'd be happy to add that into the motion.
What I'm asking you is, I could see you had something in mind, and I wanted to know what you had in mind when you said at the hospital. I mean, you have hospitals that are set back. You have, so you mean at the actual structure and not at the border of it, of the property.
Well, this gets into a level of the ordinance I think we'll have to debate when it comes back to us, because either I can add that into the direction, that I want it to be at the actual property, at
That's
the actual
what I was
building.
asking, the actual building. That's all I was
but
asking.
I'm not sure whether that's different from the noise ordinance we have now, and that would take some consideration as to how to amend it to affect that. Okay. I don't think that the difference of 10 feet from the property line to the window is going to make any difference in this at all. The only reason why I've put that in there, it's a very important reason to me, is that I do believe in non-commercial free speech in commercial zones, but if it happens to keep students from studying at a school or patients at a hospital from having the rest they need, I think we need to put that into the ordinance.
I totally understand. I wanted to understand your intent in saying it.
And as far as hospitals and with lines with nurses, and nurses do not disturb patients. They just don't do that.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Well, I just wanted to quickly say that, like council members McEwen and Davis, while I understand the concerns that have been raised by the manager and attorney, I share my colleagues' concerns that I want to point out that we heard a lot about a specific labor dispute tonight, but to me, I want to put this in the broader context. I mean, we want to make sure that people can protest in the interest of advocating for civil rights. We certainly had a history in this country of anti-war protests, etc. And I acknowledge that along with allowing those sort of activities that we might be predisposed to support politically, you run the risk of having some activities that you don't like. But again, that's both the strength and the peril of the First Amendment. So I concur with everything that's been said, and I will be supporting the motion.
Councillor O'Connor.
My turn to express my free speech here. What the staff has said to us, what this is about and what you're talking about is how loud can you yell? Nobody has said, and I think our staff and our police are trying to say that currently we suppress people's ability to express their views. That's not the case. It's about how loud they can yell. So we've gotten advice that we are going to put at risk our existing law, which says we can control noise, because there are some situations where, depending how loud it gets, there needs to be control, as noted on the 3rd Street Promenade, where street performers are performing, and we stand putting that at risk. So frankly, I think, in spite of all the words that have been said, I think this council, frankly, has an ongoing commitment to do what HERE Local 11 says do, says jump. I've seen the pattern. This is what it's about. You can spin it all you want about broad ability to protest, but that's allowed now. Nothing prohibits that. This is setting the bar about where that bar should be. And by the way, police always exert some discretion. You don't want authoritarian police officers. You want police officers who understand what the law is, understands how to apply it, and use the tools. And that's what this is going to, the staff is recommending. Give the tools to help the as those situations arise, what are the tools to, in these situations where there's a lot of kind of discretion in the sense of, how loud is too loud, how they can apply that, how they can minimize that, the ambiguities of the situation. And our police officers work hard, as we've heard here, to work with everyone to make sure that the protesters, regardless of what the content is, has their ability and their right to express their First Amendment rights. So I think you're just going down a path that's going to cause more problems, and in the short term may please people, that you want to please, but in the longer term will have other consequences that we will not be happy about.
I think we had everybody. I would just add my voice in support because this is going to come back to us, and depending on what it looks like, we may need to tweak it again. And I know when our city attorney mentioned, we're trying to maybe look at some of the commercial zones. And I think what Councilor O'Connor mentioned, when you talk about the promenade, that's a mixed use. There's actually residents that live there, and people forget that there's a residential component. So I know it's going to be really difficult to try to be real clear on what is commercial and what is residential. But I'm banking on our staff to come back with something hopefully we can all live with. And I guess we don't need to vote on it because it's just direction at this point.
I think it would be a good idea since I made a
go
motion
ahead.
to have a vote. Yes.
Get a roll call vote.
Councilmember O'Connor?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, so that's 5-1, and we'll wait to hear it come back. Move on to 8B. Get the city clerk.
Item 8B, disposition of Mountain View Mobile Home Park. And we have 6 requests to speak.
Down the 2 I have here that were in 8A. We'll go ahead with the staff report then.
Good evening, Mayor and Councils. Jim Kemper, Housing and Economic Development. For your consideration this evening in this report are 2 recommendations regarding the city-owned Mountain View Mobile Home Park. One recommendation involves granting a temporary use exemption to 8 households whose mobile homes encroach upon 11 adjacent and vacant spaces. This approach would facilitate the proposed transition of the property to non-city ownership rather than delaying the transition while we attempt to resolve the encroachment issues. The other recommendation seeks council authorization to solicit proposals from housing organizations to own and operate the property while maintaining long-term affordability. The recommendations respond to previous city council direction to explore the disposition of city-owned residential rental properties that are managed by the Housing Division. Staff believes that owning and operating residential rental property is best suited to private housing organizations who can focus on operating affordable housing and which are experienced and equipped to respond to the daily needs of tenants and property management issues. Finally, this strategy would allow city staff to focus on its core competency, which is increasing affordable housing opportunities through funding programs and policy implementation. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councilor Hemmerich has a question.
So this is the map of the new lot lines, is that correct?
No,
or the old
intent,
lot lines, I
the
should
intent
say.
of this map was just generally to show that of where the location of the 8 households are, without any further detail to, not shame the household, but just to show the council if they wanted some visual idea of where the.
But these are the 11 lots that are being grandfathered in to sort of become, at least until the person who lives in the existing mobile home moves and I'll talk about this later, or otherwise disposes. The blue is where.
The blue are the occupied 8 households that, based on where their mobile homes are located, that they essentially encroach on 11 other red marked rectangles that are currently vacant.
And by encroach, you mean that they're within 3 feet of the line?
Or in some cases, they might be over it, but effectively it renders those other sites unusable.
Because you don't have the requisite 6-foot setback?
Because they are already very small spaces, and which some of them will allow only, for example, a 12-foot wide mobile home to get the full foot setback. So you would have to build a 9-foot wide mobile home, and something that we think is probably not a good idea.
Okay, and this is the configuration. When we took over the park, we we created the lots. Is that right? They weren't really there then?
Correct. There were no established lot lines when the city took ownership. So this is the representing since lot lines have been established, and a roadway carved through a portion of the park to allow the fire service vehicles to access.
And we are proposing that the red outlined lots remain part of the lot that the adjacent home is on until something else happens. And that's what I wanted to ask you. So one thing would be if the person leaves the park, right? If the resident in the home leaves the park, is that right?
Correct. The idea is to allow the exemption just for that household, because in some cases the household may argue they didn't move anything, the kind of border moved on them, if you will. But it's a kind of tenant protection thing. But yes, but nobody else, there's no other right to anybody else to continue that encroachment.
But there I think is some concern about what happens if they apply for some different kind of permit or something if they keep the existing home. What I'm asking you is, what short of swapping out whatever is on the blue site would trigger a change in the lots that you're grandfathering in?
I'm not quite trying to understand the question.
Well, so I assume if they brought in a new mobile home or and put it on the lot, that would trigger a change, because then you have an opportunity to adjust.
And they would be required to conform to city current rules, and so that would actually solve the problem if they were to purchase new units.
But that's what I'm getting at. Short of replacing the existing residents on the lot, what would trigger the city rules that would change the lot lines?
There isn't anything that would change the lot lines. I guess what we were.
You just said putting a new mobile home on it would trigger the rules.
No, I'm sorry. Then I misspoke. What I'm saying is that the current household, the mobile homes on the urban units, have no space to add on to their units or anything like that. But were they to replace it with a new home, that new home would be right-sized and end up no longer encroaching on the adjacent site, so that adjacent site would now be freed up for a new affordable housing opportunity.
Okay, and I think that people are concerned that any kind of permits they apply for or anything that they do with the city would trigger a readjustment of the lot line, and I'm trying to get you to say that it won't.
Correct. It will not. That's correct.
Right, that's right.
Okay, correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I missed
Good,
that.
that's what I want to understand. Thank you.
I apologize.
That's okay.
No other questions? We'll go ahead and open the public hearing. And I have Oscar de la Torre, but I don't see him here, so we'll hold it. And then Ellen, you want to come up, and I guess Catherine is donating her time. Oh, okay, they wrote it the same way. So you get 4 minutes.
Yeah. According to the way I read it, and it could be interpreted that way, irrespective of what's said tonight, you go for a permit and they can trigger it. While I support the item with regard to selling the park, I have serious concerns about the portion related to the permit issue. This item states that a homeowner who requires a permit for maintenance or repairs may lose their space and home in the park if they are one of the 8 owners and let me repeat that, owners with a lot line exemption. The city created the violation. It did not exist until the city built it into the park and around these people. All mobile homes on a routine basis require maintenance and repairs that go beyond a regular house. They're simple, but they go beyond just a regular house, and you require a permit from Building and Safety. One of the new units wanted awnings, and he had to go down to Building and Safety and try to get a permit to put awnings on. Simple thing like that. The city created the lot lines which placed the 8 homes in owners in eviction. In the handout provided, the Health and Safety Code 1850, 18610, 18610-5, 18612, the very last section, point F, is the one I'm most interested in. No lot line shall be created, moved, shifted, or altered if the lot line creation or change will place a unit or accessory building or structure in violation of any provision of this chapter or in any other applicable provision of the law that goes beyond just what's this chapter. The owner can be evicted for failing to complete the maintenance with this condition. With this condition, the owner can be evicted from the space and unit if they require a permit to do the repairs. Either way, it's a guaranteed loss of space and home for a homeowner, and a lot and a total gift to the park who actually built the violation, because they get the space, they get to move in a new unit, and they get rid of an owner. Would the city evict the owner from the unit or simply force them to become the renters in one of the new units? Either the way, the city has lost one of the few lowest income homeowners left in Santa Monica. From my perspective, and probably from anyone who actually owns a home, this would not be a choice. It would be extortion and theft instead. So I would say today, that just as a point, the new unit is the one encroaching, not the old one. It was created that way. And it shouldn't have been. It was a violation to begin with.
Guess before you come up, I think it's Ken is coming up. And Ken, you have some time donated to you by Ward, and I think in the back,
My
right?
wife is right there.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Ken Ward, I live in Mountain View, and first of all, I would like to say I'm in favor of removing the city as owners. This will give us a full Title 25 use, and we can go to the city attorney's office, Consumer Affairs. That's one thing that no one ever really brings up. Right now, we can't go to city attorney, and we don't have full title use. We will also get back our clubhouse or community room, which was part of the upgrade that the city did back in 2006, which the managers has taken over as their office. So that is going to be great. That's why we want the city to go and sell it. And I am one of the owners that has 2 lots, I guess they go and say, which back when this was approved by city council saying that they're going to go and give the new construction, I have never given my written permission, which under state law, I was supposed to. They were supposed to have gone to each person and say, look, we're going to do this. As it stands now, I'm going to lose half of my space, as you see. It's down there along X Road, the bottom, the first one. So that means when I get anything new for my wife and myself, we're going to lose half that space. So now the difficulty is I've been talking to the manufacturer. Because of the problems that the city has on their units they bought, they won't do any business with me. I've gone to another another sales office. They will go and do something, but They need the city's word that they can do it, because they're not going to go and build something. What I would need is like a 2-story, because you're losing half of my space to go and have the same amount of what I had. So, I mean, this is really getting into 2 points. One is, yes, I agree with the city, sell it to a nonprofit, sell it to someone that's going to run it. There's many places would take over. We do need a lot of upgrades there. But then on the lot line issue, the 8 people will get basically screwed, because, like I say, for myself and my wife, we're going to lose half our space. And what benefits are we going to get? Yes, you can go to rent control and ask for a decrease, but is that really fair? I mean, is that really using what rent control is for? I mean, yes, it is in a way, but to go and live there to lose half of what you have, is that really fair? Again, there should be some type of negotiation, maybe helping us to get new homes like they did before. When the city had their offer, they were giving a home that was only worth $2,500. They gave them $30,000, $20,000. And people made out like bandits. Now they're living there as renters because they sold their home. Myself, I don't want to do that. I have always said here, it's not right to make a profit off the city. 29 years I was an employee. I have always stood for that point. You don't make profit off the city. This is the community. It should not be right. And anyone, any business, I think we all should play fair. Thank you.
There's a question from Councilor Hermers.
So you say you're losing.
Yes.
Can you tell us, I'm having trouble picturing
Okay,
it.
on the bottom,
Hold
the
on.
first blue and red, you see.
This one?
Yes, that one. And that's really not the shape of it, because if you go back in February 6th, there was a DR by Bob Moncrief, who did plot lines back then, who verified that there was plot lines.
In 2006, right?
Yes,
I saw
yeah.
that in front of the Planning Commission. So let me ask you this, though. So I assume your home is at least primarily on the blue lot here.
It's on both.
So it's across both of them?
Yes.
And what's being taken away from you? What do you say you're losing half?
When we get a new home, we will lose the red. And so we will only be in the blue.
Because you own your home.
Yes.
And you want to replace it.
Yes. And the only way to replace it, to go and have something equivalent, would be a 2-story, which now has been approved by City Council and everyone. And even the owners agreed that, yes, they have, because their homes that they brought in, they were in violation of their own rules and regulations. And I'm willing to go and do that, and understanding in the future, but right now the company that builds the homes, they're not very interested in it because the city owns it.
Okay, thank you
Okay,
for
thank you.
explaining that to me.
Okay, Gus, come on up.
I'm Gus tonight. Hi, my name is Chris McLeod. I live at Mountain View Mobile Home Park. And I'm the chair of the Pico Neighborhood Association at the moment, and we sent you guys a letter on this issue, so I'm just speaking as myself tonight. Okay, please disregard staff's request for 8 grandfathered in spaces until the 8 families' residents have had disclosure, i.e., do they lose their previous exemptions grandfathered in previously on tenants and their spaces? What is too much maintenance, and how are they affected by it? All these questions and more. The most important document you have been given tonight from staff tonight is the rent control documents, which shows 92 tenancies at Mountain View. Where are all those tenants now? Municipal Code 8.08 carries the Health and Safety Code in Division 13, which requires staff to have required signatures from the residents in order to grandfather them in. or to make changes. This has not happened, and it's in the municipal code. Mountain View Mobile Home Park is an amazing opportunity to create something great and very different and diverse in Santa Monica's housing stock, but it hasn't turned out that way. In my opinion, narrowing of the streets from 22 feet down to 15 feet, forcing tenants to park in their neighbors' lots at the moment is a more important issue to me that should be corrected before the sale of the park. The Tenants Association writes to the city every year requesting tenant ownership of the park, at least once every year and sometimes twice. Okay, I have a rent control report here from 2013. They have tried and done a really good job at trying to nail down some of the problems, like what you've seen there for the spaces. But basically, the exemption that was gifted to the city by rent control required absolutely zero changes to any occupied spaces. And I'll give this to the clerk because you guys should read this. You'll like it.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing. The item is now before us. Councilor Hemmerich.
Well, I understand the concern of the park residents with respect to losing what they now have. And I also hear the park residents saying that they want to have the park sold. I think that, first of all, with respect to the lot lines, it looks to me, and I looked at the history, were drawn in 2006. It went before the Planning Commission. And so they were drawn, but at that time people were grandfathered in with what I think we're sort of looking at with the red and blue combined up on this map. And the concern that I have about the grandfathering is what would trigger trigger the smaller lot lines and not leave them in the grandfathered lot lines. If what we're saying is that any family currently residing in one of these grandfathered properties gets to keep the lot lines we're grandfathering in, I think that might be a good resolution of this until they leave the park. And I wonder, I understood that to be what Mr. Kemper said. But
I want to clarify. I think essentially what we're saying is we're not saying somebody has an existing tenant of 8 has the right to necessarily use the entire lot that's adjacent to it. What we're saying is they're using 2 rent controlled spaces and they're only being charged for 1, and so we want a direction from the city council about that issue, and or at least this temporary use exemption issue. And the other issue is that it won't change their lot line. I don't know whether way to say it. It's about saying this is the use, this is where their home sits now, and we don't suggest they move it, but we suggest that that's not a right that goes to a next occupier of the site.
To the subsequent, to a subsequent owner. But if you're a homeowner, right? I mean, and we all, I think, understand that the issue with these mobile home parks is that they are a hybrid of ownership. They own their homes, right? And they're entitled to sell them when they leave. And so if Mr. Ward, thank you very much. If Mr. Ward wants to buy another home and put it on this site where his current home is located, and these lot lines are grandfathered in for him, and then he sells the home, then what happens to the next person?
Well, I think Mr. Ward was correct describing what the staff has explained before, is that currently he is occupying 2 spaces of the lots created by the 2 rent-controlled spaces, but that it is a staff's position that were he want to buy a new home, that he should occupy one space rather than two.
And so I hear you saying that, but 29 years ago, when he bought that mobile home that encroached on the next space, right?
It's a little more complicated than that, that there was not a road, best way to show, but his and Ken will confirm, his unit, before this road was established to allow the emergency vehicle access, his unit was like this, and in creating that road that all the fire safety people thought were essential to protect all the residents, the only reasonable thing was to do was to turn his unit and occupy two spaces.
Well,
That didn't happen.
excuse. I'm sorry for speaking out of turn, but yeah. So and you can't, but so regardless, right? For 29 years, he's owned a unit in this park, occupying a certain, whether his unit was turned sideways or otherwise by what we did, right? Mm. He's owned a unit that takes up, at a minimum, these two spaces right now.
Correct.
So my question for you is, and he owns it, I don't know how many of these other units are ownership units?
All of the 8 blue ones are ownership units.
And all of them are ownership units?
All of the ownership units.
And let me ask you something else. So in terms of disposing of the park, are we going to be able to retain a right to reacquire this? I saw that you put that in the staff report, and I think that's a really important component. As we've seen in other kinds of affordable housing, whether it stays a mobile home park or whether we, can otherwise look. The city should not be getting rid of any land that it owns. We keep talking about land banking, and this is an example of retaining the land regardless of who's running the park after this, whether it's an option to repurchase at the end of a certain term or whatever. Is it our intention to do that?
Yes, it's our intention to put that in the request for proposals so the proposers know that that would be part of what they're getting involved in if they're making a proposal to own and operate the park.
And do we have any sense if anybody would be interested in the park in its current configuration and condition?
We have heard from various entities who are interested in purchasing the park. Until the RFP goes out, I guess we will not know for sure.
And do you have any ideas for solving this issue of people who have owned these homes for 29 years and and have been maybe moved or otherwise, but they own their homes, these 8 people?
Correct, and that's why we felt this was kind of a homeowner protection recommendation, that saying they're there. In an analogous way, I think the council has dealt with, let's say, a single family home who has a 2-foot side yard setback, but the new rules are 5-yard. I think the city's position would be, okay, we'll let sleeping dogs lie, but if you submit a permit to add a second story to your home now we're, it's that kind of issue. Now maybe we either need to.
Well, I think our standard for that is substantial remodel, which is more than 50% or something. I mean, we just did this in this. I mean, it has to be a pretty big thing, and I understand their fear that they're going to go in for a new awning or something, and they're going to have to. Change the location or change the lot line. And particularly with somebody like Mr. Ward, that lot can't be used as long as his home is within 3 feet, because you need the 6-foot setback. You need 3 feet on either side of the lot line. I just did this in a case, right? So you need 6 feet between the two homes.
Correct, and I believe one option is this notion of having a 2-story, so you end up on a single on one lot.
But my question is, would a single lot even accommodate it?
I think what might help clarify things as well is these, as you know, these lot lines were drawn by the Planning Commission. This issue is ultimately a regulatory issue, not an issue in our proprietary role. So if I go down and try to get a permit, one of the things that the city as a regulator is going to look at is where the lot lines. So although we're taking this to you in your proprietary role, this is actually a regulatory issue. And we're anticipating that in our proprietary rule, we'll be able to say to the future owner that this is being grandfathered so that they're not pushing the issue.
So we can do that. That's what I'm asking. I mean, are we going to have the...
So we absolutely, what we're proposing is that the RFP would be very clear that all 8 of those households are grandparented as long as they stay. But what we're not proposing is that we will do away with all the city's regulatory rules that say you've got to comply with side yard setbacks and those types of elements.
And with respect to someone, whoa, Andy, where are you going? so with respect to somebody like Mr. Ward, right? If he wanted to do his double, his 2-story, would it even fit in that blue area?
I haven't seen the plan, so I can't tell you. But I think that is something that through the permit process would be evaluated. Does it meet the required side yard setbacks, et cetera?
And finally, I did take a look because I did see, as I was looking for Mountain View, that we are exempt from HCD supervision. If we sold to a nonprofit, they would be under HCD again. Would we lose
That's my understanding, yes.
So, but we're allowed to regulate it, I think, as long as we choose to do it. HCD allows localities to assume the regulation. Is that something we would do?
I believe that's if it's owned by the locality.
No, I'm just asking this because we might exercise our discretion a different way than HCD does, because I know they do the 3-foot rule very rigidly.
I don't know the exact answer, but there is an issue about whether a city can take it over, and there's another issue about whether the city says we don't want this, and the state, and we could look into the particulars of what that is.
I'm just concerned about the ultimate impact on the people living there. That's all. Thank you.
Councilor McEwen.
Well, I was waiting to suggest a solution. Let's see if this is possible. Currently, the staff report recommends that those who are on those 8 lots lose their rights if they do a major alteration to the home or terminate their tenancy. What if we said they lose the rights if they terminate their tenancy? We allow them to do major alterations to the house, the home, as long as it's on the same footprint it's on now. Would staff have a problem with doing it that way?
I think the challenge you're going to have is you've still got the regulatory issue. So the planning department's going to look at it and say, wait, you're building a new home, but it doesn't comply with the setback and other requirements. So I don't know how we do that in our wearing our proprietary hat.
Well, if all we said tonight was that, yeah, if you terminate your tenancy at the mobile home park, those lot lines go to what they were hoped to have been instead of what they are in practice. I guess in a way we're kicking the can down the road, but it's if someone like Mr. Ward then wants to make an application for...
Yeah, I mean, I think we can do that. It's sort of leaving it up to the regulators to determine what's legal. But you're saying for our intention, it's grandparents.
Because that would clarify it in a way that would allow us then to hopefully find someone to manage the park who will know what the rules are. And it may be that of all the 8 people who own those blue lots right now, Mr. Ward's the only one who really wants to rebuild on the site. The others may just be happy to live there the rest of their lives, which would terminate their tenancy. I'm assuming that tenancy is terminated upon death of the tenant.
Our city attorney wants to weigh in here.
It's not clear to me that you're on the agenda at the moment.
Okay.
And so maybe what you could do is conclude by giving a direction to staff, which you can always do, and you could vote on the 2 items that are clearly on the
recommendation with a direction to staff to investigate the possibility of allowing someone to rebuild on the site as long as they use the same footprint within their tenancy. And of course, if they leave the park, that's the end of their tenancy.
We had a second already? Yeah, Councilor Davis, I think, second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I guess we can go ahead and get a roll call vote.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, so that's unanimous of those present, and with the little direction added as well. And we can move on to 13A.
13A, appointment to one unscheduled vacancy on the Arts Commission for a term ending on June 30th, 2016. No request to speak.
Mayor, if I may, with respect to both 13A and B, I have received, and I assume council members also received, a letter from the chair of the Arts Commission requesting a postponement of these appointments.
I think we all did.
So I will
So
move that
we'll
we
move it.
postpone.
Second.
We just take a roll call voice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous. 13B.
So for item 13B, that was continued as well?
Yes,
Okay,
that'll also
so-
be continued.
I'm sorry. We're down to 13C now.
So 13C, recommendation to accept Jacqueline Kalish's resignation from the Social Services Commission and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
Move to accept with regrets.
Second.
It's been moved and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So that's unanimous.
Mayor, may I ask who
Oh,
did the second?
I believe it was coming on my right side here. It might have been Sumarin
thank you.
Hemmerich, Councilman Hemmerich. 13D.
Item 13D, request of Councilmember McKeown that the council, in furtherance of adopted policies contained in Creative Capital, allocate from the council's contingency account $30,000 to match and augment funds already being raised by the 18th Street Arts Center, a 501c3 charitable organization serving Santa Monica since 1988, to help create a sustainable business plan for improvements to the existing 18th Street Arts Center campus in Santa Monica. You have 3 requests to speak.
Mayor, may I introduce the item?
Yes, you may.
So, Council, so often when we talk about the arts in Santa Monica, we're talking about Bergamot Station, or we're talking about the airport, or we're talking about downtown. And sometimes we forget a very important facility right in the heart of our city that is easy to overlook, but that has a really disproportionate role in the arts in Santa Monica, and that's the 18th Street Arts Center, which, among other things, I think houses more nonprofit arts organizations than any place else on the West Side. A very important nexus for the arts in Santa Monica, which has been on that land for some time, and now has the opportunity to redesign their property to better fulfill the goals that we set some years ago in Creative Capital. They're coming to us tonight to ask that we, out of our council funds, give $30,000 to match and augment what they're already raising for a sustainable business plan for that new site, because obviously we want them to be there a long time, and they want to figure out how to sustainably be able to do that. So after we hear from the public, I'll be asking that the council vote to allocate those funds.
We have 3 members, excuse me, of the public to speak on this. We have Anurada Vikram. I hope I'm not butchering it too bad here. And then Melinda Davies and Jan Williamson. Come on up. And I'm waiting to hear you pronounce your name.
No, you did it very well, actually. Anuradha
Oh.
Vikram. I'm the Director of
I
Residency
lucked out.
Programs at the 18th Street Arts Center. Thank you for hearing from me today. Just a few quick things I want to say. First of all, 18th Street Arts Center is a champion of artistic excellence and innovation made accessible to a non-specialist public. And we serve the people of this community. We are invested in Santa Monica for the long term. We are a meeting place for Santa Monica's different communities. We're one of the only places in town where you will find people from the technology sector and indigenous rights activists at the same table having a civil conversation. We are valued by Santa Monica's diverse citizens as a place where they can seek out common ground amidst their differences. We take our role as a social connector very seriously, and we have developed an ambitious cultural asset mapping project in the short to formalize and document our many relationships within the Santa Monica community to 90404 zip code. And we attract artists and creatives, and they can connect at our site with international peers through our programs promoting their activities and our artistic reputation worldwide. So in short, Santa Monica with the world through creative expression and free speech, which this council has discussed the importance of earlier this evening. And we do that also through our physical site because we're based here in Santa Monica and because we are anchored in a community that's seen quite a lot of change, but we're able to control how much change and what fashion we change, and that's why the sustainable development plan is so important to us. So we thank you for your consideration, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hi. Thank you, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Melinda Davies. I work in Santa Monica as the General Manager of Saatchi Art, which is part of Demand Media. I also serve on the Board of Directors of 18th Street Arts Center. 18th Street Arts Center, thank you for considering this proposal submitted by our Executive Director, Jan Williamson. With help from our architect, Brooks & Scarpa, our contractor, W.E. O'Neill Construction, and input from our stakeholders in the City Planning Department, our board has been diligently working to craft a small-scaled renovation project. This upgrade to our facility will allow us to continue providing affordable, creative space for artists and Santa Monica arts nonprofits for years to come. Your support will help us launch our vision to become one of the top 10 artist residency centers in the world, recognized as one of the top 20 residencies all on our way. The planned improvements and modest city to some of the top artists from visiting around the world. Our board understands the value and importance of ensuring our local arts scene is diverse and thriving, and we are committed to continuing to be a safe haven for affordable studio rents for Santa Monica artists and art nonprofits alike. We are honored to be stewards of 18th Street Arts Center, one of Santa Monica's longest-standing arts nonprofits, and we welcome your partnership to ensure that this valuable resource is shared with Santa Monica and the world. We hope you will support this next phase of our sustainability planning work for our program expansion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And let's hear from the director.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jan Williamson. I'm the Executive Director of 18th Street Arts Center, and I'm here this evening with a request for $30,000 to support a sustainable business plan for 18th Street Arts Center's upcoming facility expansion. Our vision is to become one of the top 10 artist residency programs in the world. There are 4 elements that will go into the sustainable business plan. One is an expansion and improvement of our live-work studios for our residency program, an expansion and improvement of our exhibition and public gathering spaces, and a connection to the metro station at 17th Street in Colorado, an addition of a new cafe or dining hall for the artists and the public to gather, and a continuation of providing affordable space or low-cost space for Santa Monica's arts nonprofits. Each of these 4 components has its own facility requirements, revenue streams, staffing, and all of those need to be woven together into one business plan. And also, by having this business plan, it will help us attract funding for the capital that we need. So we're going to be launching a capital campaign. But the business plan is an important first step that we will need to get on the road. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have.
I think we're good. Thank you. Councilor McEwen.
So, Council, this is the document that is our adopted policy on arts and culture in Santa Monica. Creative Capital, Culture, Community Vision, a plan for the development of Santa Monica's arts and culture. And on page 16, on the goals of enhancing sustainability of cultural facilities, it says, retain and enhance current concentrations of arts uses at the Pier, Bergamot Station, the Santa Monica Airport, and 18th Street Arts Center. Now, tonight we were talking about the Pier. We've spent a lot of time recently on Bergamot Station and the airport. tonight. I think it's time to show some love to 18th Street Arts Center. So this would be in keeping with our adopted policy. Further, this allocation of funds would be of benefit to the community as a whole because it would help to retain and expand the arts access that our community now has at 18th Street Arts Center. So I'd like to move that we make the allocation.
Second.
It's been moved and second. I think it was Mayor Pro Temp. Winner. Seeing nobody else in the queue, I guess we can go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
And Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, so that's unanimous.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Move on to 13E, I believe it is.
13E, request of Councilmember Davis that staff investigate strategies including, if necessary, amendments to current ordinances to curtail for-profit physical training activities on streets and sidewalks in the areas near the 4th Street steps and on streets and sidewalks adjacent to the 4th Street medium strip or parkway. There are no requests to speak.
Councilmember Davis, I'm assuming wants to.
Right, I'll be very brief because I think it's fairly self-explanatory. As I think everyone knows, we began to regulate commercial training activities in our parks, including Palisades Park. And I believe as a result of that, what's happened is some of the for-profit trainers, I'm not talking about people who are on their own going for a walk or using the 4th Street steps, but some of the for-profit trainers have moved some of their activities near the 4th Street steps. It's a convenient place. I included a couple of pictures. There are many more, but what's basically happening is there are groups meeting out there on Adelaide near the steps or in the 4th Street median. They are leaving equipment on the sidewalks. They have been told that they need to have business licenses. They apparently have gotten those business licenses, but what they have not done is complied with requirements. For example, as you can see from the pictures, they're actually in the street exercising. It's my understanding, and I've seen that they have placed equipment on the sidewalks in the areas where people tend to walk. So I know staff has tried to address the issue within its current constraints, and this is just asking them to take a closer look and see if we need to amend our ordinances or some policies in order to try and curtail this for-profit activity that's actually, in some instances, as you can see, having people in the streets doing push-ups and having equipment on the sidewalks where it presents a tripping hazard to people. There were no requests to speak, so I'll move the item.
It's been moved. Second. And second. Seeing nobody in the queue, I guess we'll go ahead and take a roll.
Ted.
Oh, the Mayor Pro Temp Winter's not been.
Well, I think this is a good idea. I mean, obviously, as we found with the trainers in the park, we want to balance the use of public property, and there are certain risk management concerns that we have to be cognizant of when people are doing these sort of activities in public property, against the fact that we also, one of our top 5 priorities is thrive and learn, and we want to encourage a healthy, active lifestyle. I just wanted to know from the city attorney whether she thought we should just look at this specific area or whether we should look at a broader issue of the use of public space outside the parks for these sort of activities. Just my primary concern is the risk management issue. If we're allowing someone to use their equipment on the sidewalk and someone else trips over it, are we liable? Do we need to look at it more broadly than this particular area?
Well, I'll tell you what, if you give us a direction and we need to look at it more broadly, we will. There was a time some years back when the council spent a fair amount of time on this because of what was the for-profit activities that were being undertaken on that 4th Street median, which included people laying out their massage tables and doing massages for charges on that lovely median.
It's very dirty right now, actually, because of our drought plan.
Sorry,
stopped watering it some time ago.
I'm sorry, that formerly lovely median. So, you know, if you give us a direction and we need to go a little further, as long as we know that we have your authorization to do that, we will.
I would certainly incorporate that into the motion.
Yeah, it just seems to me that, you know, we might as well. What we're seeing is these things migrate around, right? So if we have a concern about one location, should we look at other locations?
Yes, and this will be a checking over what we've already got on the books to help you understand how much of this is a deficiency in the laws and how much of it is an enforcement problem. we'll report to you on that as well.
Sounds like we're all good. Yeah, I guess we go ahead and take a roll. Or we can do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? So that's unanimous. We'll move on to our 14 items, public input. We have a handful here. Let's start with Jacqueline Richardson. Oh, I'm sorry. We get the city.
14 item public
Here we go.
input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city.
I don't understand. This is public comment?
Yes.
Oh, well, it concerns Santa Monica and Los Angeles. Too many Russian and American men in Santa Monica and Los Angeles and other places have 3 wives. This is hidden in the open. The Russians include white, black, Hispanics and Orientals, and the Americans the same. Americans have 3 wives also, but I don't know who have the most. The black ones' wives don't live together. They live in separate residences. The men go from house to house. The black people are vocal, and if the wives knew that they had other wives, they'd probably try to fatally harm one of those people. The white people, I believe, live together in one house. The women don't like this, but they can't protest. They might get kicked out of the housing unit. I don't know how the Hispanics work theirs. I don't know how the Chinese, Japanese, and other Orientals work theirs. But I'm sure they don't like the living arrangement either. This is hitting out in the open, and it's been going on for quite a long time. As was stated before, the wives don't like this, but the black ones don't know the others exist, so they can't really protest. And the white ones can't protest because they might get kicked out of their housing unit.
Thank you. Denise.
I wanted to add one more statement. Some of the rich men have wives. One man said that the rich women that have husbands that have a lot of money, they speak to the, they don't live in the same house. They speak to that woman, but they don't know that that's his wife's mistress. It's like an open secret.
Thank you. Denise Barton, Jerry, it looks like Bullock Hawkes. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that. Okay, Jerry, you're next after Denise, and then Art Casillas.
Good evening. Again, I'd like to go back to the issues of the city's smoking ordinance, medical marijuana, and my present situation, with a couple of other facts. Let's start with the other facts. A bill was passed, besides what ones I mentioned earlier, for physicians to be able to prescribe medical marijuana to veterans for post-traumatic stress disorder, and that the NHRA, a governmental entity, did a study on children's drug usage at heavy dispensaries in their cities, which found that having a dispensary in the city the children lived in didn't change the percentage of children doing drugs. For the next part regarding the city's smoking ordinance, medical marijuana, and my situation, I ask that you please put yourself in my situation. I am considered to be a developmentally disabled person due to having multiple disabilities before the age of 22, including a chronic seizure disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder, both stress-related disabilities, which I've had for almost 40 years, and on top of that, not responding well to non-organic medication, meaning that most pharmaceutical medication makes me extremely ill or puts me in the hospital. So when I found 30 years ago that smoking marijuana made the overwhelming stress stop spinning around in my head and decreased the frequency and severity of my seizures, one does have to wonder how the city can make regulations that have such a detrimental effect on my and other people's health. With that information in mind, let's look at the city's recent actions in my situation. Now the city is stating that my doctor's note stating that I need to smoke marijuana is no good because it comes from my medical marijuana doctor, which actually makes no sense. because those are actually doctors it's hardest to get a note to smoke medical marijuana from. Although I do have to question the city's actions here, because the doctor is a licensed physician within the state of California. Actually, wouldn't that make the city's actions illegal? Showing the extent the city will go to not have to grant reasonable accommodation to medical marijuana patients to be able to smoke their medication in the privacy and comfort of their own units.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, I think there's a short in there because it's on here, but I don't see the light on. You might move it again. Let's see. Speak. Got. There must be a loose wire or something in there because it's not like. Oops. Oh. We need John. Maybe Joe. If you turn it, I think you might be able to pick it up. Right
just speak into the mic. Okay.
No, if you lift it, you'll be okay.
Well, should I sit down?
It'll put your mic to the microphone.
Okay, it's nice and warm, by the way. My 2 minutes starts now, or
yes, go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say. My name is Jerry Velohakis. I live at 1018 26th Street. My house is the first house south of the roundabout on the west side of the street. My parents purchased the house in 1959. I was 16 when we moved in. I will be 72 in 2 weeks. I plan on living there the rest of my life. I'm here to voice my concern in my opposition to a bus stop in front of my house. Due to certain physical constraints, I'm not going to go into detail about them, I really need to have access directly to the front of my house, to the street. I've applied for a blue handicap curb with Ms. Jackson, and it's in the process. And I've received some comments from the Santa Monica helpline, which have been favorable, and I really appreciate their prompt response. But for the big picture, I'm also a retired urban planner, 45 years in the business. The last company I worked for is the engineering company for the Hollywood Park redevelopment project, and also they are the lead engineers for the new NFL site. I headed their planning department. But it doesn't take a planner of 45 years or person with urban studies background to realize that the benefits, the potential benefits of a bus stop at the roundabout are certainly outweighed by the potential problems, congestion, and safety issues. That roundabout is really chaotic as is. Backups, constant honking, even as recently as last week there was an accident. I realize the distance between Montana and Wilshire exceed the standards for bus stops, but let's look at the big picture. It's only 2 blocks to Montana and 2 blocks to Wilshire. So please look at the big picture for the benefit of the community and the neighbors, and not just me, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just so you know, this is a 14 item and it's not an agendized item, so we can't have discussion or take any action, but it's well noted, and staff will look into it.
Please.
Thank you.
So, and Mr. McCormick may have responded to me. I'm not sure if it was he that responded to me, but I've left him a message as well. And they are taken into consideration, but I really wanted to look for the neighborhood, not just me.
Thank you.
Because it is a concern. Thank you very much.
Art Casillas.
I left it nice and warm for you.
Thank you, Judy. Yes, indeed. Oops. Yes, indeed. Readjust. Good evening, Art Casillas. You're selling out our beach and downtown communities in trade for more supposed affordable housing, again for rich outsiders. You allow illegal drug sales in Pico neighborhood for the last 25 years and keep our police away to Pier Promenade and Palisades Park and now Expo Line to help keep Mexicans and blacks on drugs. So our family's only way out is to move out. Is your manipulation plan for gentrification? You say you can't do anything about those charges on item 14, but you can't claim ignorance, hearing, knowing, reading, and police calls for service as proof of complaints. Pico neighborhood in 1914, Cloverfield 52 apartments behind my brother's house. You allow and enable drug sales to keep my brother and my neighbors hostage of drug sales by killers, druggies, rapists, and thieves. This is called the taking of our properties, to include the RICO Act, which you all should be investigated for lying about civil rights, for pay or benefits. Also, we've asked you to name 26th Street Expo Rail Station for private Joe Gondra Station, which could include 26th Street Bergamot private Joe Gondra Station. Since Expo Santa Monica Extension was paid for residents' tax dollars, why are you ashamed of commemorating a World War II fallen hero soldier, Congressional Medal of Honor recipient of Mexican heritage there? The Metro Board does not oppose. Blames you since it's in Santa Monica. These Expo Rail stations have already been named for Rosa Parks, Tom Bradley, Zev Yaroslavsky, Gloria Molina, Ethel Bradley, Edward Roybal Expo Rail stations. Expo Rail Metro Board acknowledges a plaque is only the beginning process for the final naming to honoree of Expo Rail stations. God be with you and us. He'll judge us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken, I see you stand. You're coming up. You know, Zoe's is in the queue, but I don't see her. She hasn't been here all night. I'll just mention her name again. All right. So Ken Ward and then Jonathan Foster's the last one.
Ken Ward, reading some of the blogs and the websites, like next door Virginia Park, there's been a lot of talk about the light rail coming in and the traffic, especially at Colorado and 17th. Well, I can speak on Stewart and the crossing, because there goes down and you have to wait a long time, and then finally the train comes. If there's cities like Berkeley, Burbank, Torrance, and several other ones has a commission that's a traffic commission or a public works traffic commission, maybe it's time Santa Monica does that, where we can go to and have where we don't have to come right to the planning commission or city council. They can handle a lot of the problems. One of the things is right now, you can go public works on a traffic stop sign or the red zone or a parking meter. And if you want to go and have a problem with traffic signals, well, now you have to go to planning department, and trying to get a hold of them is, I hate to say it, it's a little embarrassing now, because I've called a couple times on problems about the traffic light being so long, or the emergency preemption for the fire department is not working, because I have seen the fire department come up to a red light and wait to get across because of the traffic. And that should have turned green 20 seconds before they got there. So maybe something to think about from the city manager's office, that maybe we do need a traffic commission or someplace where we can go that combines the compartments for stuff with the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Foster, you're our last speaker.
Hi. Thanks for having me up here. This is amazing. Brad, thank you so much. I've heard a lot in the couple years that I've been coming up to speak about public input, and I've heard a lot of people continue to speak about the land, and I continue to try to highlight the similarity and the angst the Indians had, the indigenous Indians. We have, I'm the last bit of Choctaw Indian that was in my family from Mississippi. So it's always been part of my family and part of our understanding in America that when people come up and talk about what's going on with the land in Santa Monica, you did a designation for the Tongva Indian over here, but no one is paying. After a piece of land gets sold to another person, no one is paying the commission to the Tongva Indian. Would be the civil rights of all Indians. So it's very distressing when I keep hearing people talk about the land this, we're missing that, land this. And I think about Geronimo, as I did a little more history learning. Geronimo was a 27-year enemy combatant of the United States of America, the longest one. And when the United States cavalry pushed him down into Mexico, somebody down there killed his wife and kid. And then they took all his land, and he lived and did not commit suicide or anything, didn't do anything bad to himself. He lived till he was like 80 or 84 years old, died natural death. And I always think about my bad problems people were having, and I think, well, I mean, this is a guy that really lost way more than most of us. So I wish people would keep thinking about the land, who we took it from, and I know we utilized it in some amazing ways, but I believe that commission should be paid to them in that respect, all over the United States. Thanks.
Thank you. That concludes our public input for the evening, and it sounds like we have some adjourning notice. Nope, no adjourning notice. That's good news. Actually, and I think a couple of us attended. I mean, he wasn't technically a Santa Monica resident, but I think he had a lot of impact and influence in Santa Monica. You know, Bill Rosenthal, I had an opportunity to go to his memorial, and there's actually another one coming up this Saturday at Mar Vista Park. And I remember Bill back in the day when he actually used to operate, what was it, Week in Review in Santa Monica. Before it was Time Warner, it was... God, it goes back to Adelphia. No, actually, before Adelphia, it was Theta Cable, then Adelphia, then it was Century. And all those years, I remember going on his show, and he did a lot. He was always very committed to announcing and giving a platform, I guess, for many of us, not only in the public sector, but just for the community. And when I went to his memorial last week at St. Monica's, it was very moving to hear from. Actually, I think he had just about everybody from the LA City Council there honoring him and talking about the great work he did as an elected official as well as a community member. And just wanted to adjourn his honor. I know many of us had an opportunity to interact with them as well, and just adjourn in his memory. I guess that concludes our meeting. Our next meeting will be the 26th, I believe, of April. Good night, all.